Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Just trying to do this to help everyone to get an idea and to shed some light on any questions that you may have on the MV Barima tragedy in Guyana. There's lots of unanswered questions, lots of issues. Um, Lots of folks are asking about this, and I wanted to talk a little bit about it from my knowledge as a magistrate, former magistrate, prosecutor, senior state counsel, and police legal advisor in Guyana. So I'm going to title this now as you share the link. I'm going to call it the MV Barima Guyana tragedy. How's that? The MV Barima Guyana tragedy. Before we go into details. And I'll put with Albert BALDEO with. That's me. And I'm going to put that in so you'll know it's me. So I've put that in, and I'm waiting for you to share the live, share the link, and I'll try and invite some of you to come on with me and also to answer any questions that you may have. But we just want to make sure that we can get to as many questions, or we can talk about this tragedy that happened in Guyana. And be able to to help shed some light on this terrible tragedy that affected our nation, killed over 100 people, had a very terrible grave, watery grave, unexpected death on the spot, didn't have a chance whatsoever. So sympathetic, so harsh, um, very, very harsh issue, very tough thing to deal with. And I want you to share the link and share the live so that we can get as many people to listen. And I also want you to join my TikTok group, so that whenever I am on live, you'll be able to follow. But I want to shed some knowledge here as a former prosecutor, magistrate, and police legal advisor in Guyana as to what are the best solutions under the circumstances. How do we get justice for the only over 100 people that died? And also, how do we prevent another tragedy from happening? How do we unite as a country and stop pointing fingers? How we stop using this for political gain, as some folks have been doing? How do we avoid saying, oh, well, the government or the opposition or whosoever is liable and they must be fired? How we do hold them accountable, nevertheless. All these are issues that have to be ventilated, discussed, cannot be hidden under the rug. They're all pertinent to a commission of inquiry. Also, why should we wait for a commission of inquiry to tell us what to do when rights are being salvaged and people are suffering, or people are having their problems here in Guyana, amongst pain and suffering? How do they be compensated before time runs out on possible claims, lawsuits, things like that? Or are we going to just say this as business as normal? Brothers and sisters, it is a tragedy. It is the worst, possibly the worst maritime disaster in Guyana's history and in many other countries. It's Guyana's Titanic. And you know what happened there. It's a wake-up call as to what we need to do in Guyana, how we need to make not only sea travel, but air and road travel, regular inspections, regular certifications, accountability. Who signs off on these vehicles? Who inspects them? Who keeps logs of the repairs and maintenance and servicing? Who do we hold accountable? Which ministry has to take blame for this? You can't be a minister and have all that power, and yet you say, well, check with the captain or arrest the captain or arrest the stevedore or the chief engineer. I am the minister. It doesn't work that way. There's accountability for everything, and you can't expect the president to do everything either. Unless he comes in and he says, well, we're just going to make no issue of this. But I was very heartened to hear President Ali say that we've got to ensure that justice is done. We've got to ensure that justice is done in this tragedy. And I agree with him. Any other attempt to starve the truth or block the truth from coming out, or any attempt to hide justice or to hide the flaws and faults that have emerged in this tragedy, may very well cost him the next election. And as a president, he's got to say, well, you know what? I am the president. The buck stops at my desk. If I've got to suspend a minister, if I've got to fire a minister, if I've got to do something about this, then it must be done. That's how governments work. People are fired and removed in other more sophisticated and developed countries. And that is a fact. It's not something that we can lightly say, well, we shouldn't be doing that or we should be doing this. Reshufflement of cabinet, changing ministers. All these are things that can be done. And he should consider doing that. Because like I said, the buck stops at his desk, and he's shown himself to be a very hard-working president. And if I were in his shoes, I would not be shielding anybody from blame. I would be ensuring that they are also held accountable. So this is what has to be done in this situation of accountability. People have to be held to a standard. We can't be the world's most thriving economy, the world's fastest growing economy, and the problem here is that we're not living up to the standards or observing the mechanisms that can take us to greatness. We've got to change with the world. We've got to develop ourselves. We got to use our oil money strategically and beneficially for all. We just can't turn our back on Native Americans, as some people say, and just dismiss them summarily. We can use terms of derogation and denigration against people, native Guyanese. They have equal rights like everybody else. They are equal to all the 6 races. And not because this is a community that is in the northwest or it's in the interior, that they therefore do not matter. That is a very wrong approach, and that is a very, very failing and condemnable approach to government. So let's start at the situation where we can ask, what people have been asking me is about lawsuits. I've had calls from Guyana due to my to being on the internet and giving my views. I've had survivors emailing me and calling me. I will not call their names. I could probably call their first names. Horatio and John, Region 1. They have called me and asked this question, emailed me, "Good morning, Your Honor. Honorable Albert BALDEO, my name is John, surname of Region 1 in Guyana, Mabaruma area. I have been following your page, of which consists of legal talk. I have a family member whose body cannot be found from the MV Barima that went down just over a week in Guyana. What would be your legal advice to immediate family and compensation that shall look for a long justice for their loved one who is still not to be found?" And that's a question I don't hear anybody answering. I don't hear the Guyana Bar Association answering it. I don't hear a pro bono set of lawyers who are concerned with life in Guyana answering it. I don't see any mechanism in Guyana. And hence, I make this call to all in Guyana. Set up, in addition to what you have, Commission of Inquiry, set up a legal team, like how you had in 9/11 we had a body of folks who insurance people, humanitarian people, priests, lawyers, critics, people who can sit down and say, you know what, let us see how best we can make these people whole. Let's make them an offer. Not a very ridiculous offer, but an offer that can help them to have a better life, their children to grow to their full, heights in life, to be accomplished, not to be left out, not to be ignored, not to be marginalized, not to be ostracized, not to be just thrown to the garbage, not just thrown to the curb. After all, they are Guyanese, and we have to take care of them. There's no dodging that responsibility. You can't ask America or Russia or Canada or anybody else or Barbados or anybody else to take care of your own. This is your people, so to speak. This is our people. These are our children. These are Guyanese. We have to take care of them. So I'm calling on the Guyana Bar Association. I'm calling on the government. I'm calling on various civil rights and human rights organizations in Guyana. Set up a broad-based committee, a committee that can help put together terms of compensation. You have to put it very quickly because, as you know, there's what is called in law a statute of limitations, meaning that if the horse has gone through the stable, meaning if time has passed, then you can't bring the action. So, brothers and sisters, those of who have been affected, here's my first advice for you, being a former prosecutor, magistrate, and someone who practices law in Guyana, and someone who's had a very long career there and in the United States. Here's what you got to do. You have got to first send a notice of claim. Just like in New York here. If you want to sue the city, you have to first send a notice of claim. That is a jurisdictional requirement. It's mandatory that a claim be sent out. Join the live, like the live, join my group for future references because I can't, condense all of this in 5 minutes or 10 minutes as most people would allow me because they have their own business. So I'm trying to build some sort of platform here to be able to help you folks in how you get justice, how you access government, and how you are able to solve your issues in Guyana, taking my advice and my experience that I've gathered over many years of practicing law, over 20 years in Guyana, and over 45 years overall in the United States, Guyana, and in the Caribbean, and in the Commonwealth. So, brothers and sisters, here's what has to be done. You have those who are affected, like family, like if your niece died, if your brother died, and you want to take, and you have to take care of the children. You can't allow them to just rot and pile away and pine away and be cast into darkness. You have to get them compensation. Aside from criminal charges and who ran trouble to what and who has to pay the penalty, that is a different issue. That is a state issue. We're talking about your personal welfare now. We're talking about how we can help make you whole, how we can help you overcome these issues, and how we can make you stronger. And that is to have a lawyer in Guyana or a group of lawyers who can bring what is called a representative action. It's also called a class action lawsuit, but in Guyana it's called a representative action. And that representative action is a very simple one. The representative action helps. Share the life, share it around so people can get knowledge here and help their loved ones in Guyana, because this is coming from a place where I have had a lot of experience, and I mean all good intents to help folks who can't help themselves. And I've gotten requests from people who have lost family, who have died, and have not even found their bodies. And some have been found in the Barima disaster in Guyana. So, brothers and sisters, this is what we got to do. You got to send that notice, a 30 notice called a notice to claim, a notice of claim of this action. That will stop the clock from running against you, Antonio, and Horatio. It will stop you. It will not bar you from saying, well, you can't sue anymore. The time has passed. The horse has run out of the stable, so to speak, or the riverbend done close, or what have you. You got to get that, keep a copy of it, and serve it on the Transport and Harbors Department, the Attorney General, not in his personal capacity, but in his representative capacity. That happens in all countries. Nothing personal against the Attorney General. Unfortunately, he gets dragged in as the Attorney General. That's one of the problems of of being an attorney general. You get dragged in anything again that involves the government as a necessary party. And then you have the ministry that was involved. Where is the two ministries that are in focus? Edgill's ministry and the other minister in there. Those two ministries are also involved, not in their personal capacities, but in their ministerial responsibility and in their ministries. That's how this law works. They're also part of it, okay? So that is the first hurdle that has to be overcome. The first hurdle is to serve the notice of intent to sue within the 30-day period from the time the tragedy occurred. You have 30 days. So time is running out. There's only 3 weeks left. It's a short, small notice of claim, typed up, put in your name, put in your attorney's name. Even if you don't have an attorney, you put your name. I am the representative of so-and-so, or I act for so-and-so, and I'm claiming damages and remedies and costs and so forth. And this is not costs only for burial and costs for transportation or burial expenses. This is cost for much more than that. That is for all the lives that have been lost, and that is for all that has happened. This is the you get everybody involved. And some of those claims, as I can see it, is loss of financial support, what the person used to work for. Let's say it was James who died, and what James used to work for, how many years James had in his life to support his family. Loss of services that he provided to his beloved family, the funeral and burial expenses, other profit dependency losses. For example, if he had 2 step-kids or foster children who depended on him to feed themselves, to put food on the table, that would be covered because James, who's deceased now and drowned in the Barima tragedy, I'm just using the name word James as an example. Poor James has gone, and therefore the people who depend on James should not be left to suffer, should not become orphans, should not become indigents, should not become beggars. They also have to have their situations done and taken care of. Interest and legal costs were awarded. So these are all things that have to be claimed in this lawsuit that has to be timely filed within 30 days. They intend to sue the government. That is what has to be done with that part. Now, we also have to come to this point, as we had in the 9/11 disaster when the Twin Towers went down due to the plane crash, due to the terrorist attack. We also have to prove that these people were on the boat. So here is where you just can't come up with a name and say, oh, they were on the boat. No, that's not enough. You've got to prove that they were on the boat. You can't invent people or like suggest people's names. Someone may have died somehow, somewhere else, but you claim, oh no, they were on the boat. The court would want proof. How do we get that proof? You get to the manifest. The manifest has a list of names, but the manifest also does not have all the names. That is a major problem. The manifest apparently has only 60% of the names. So the other 40% have to be proved by eyewitness account. I saw them on the boat. I saw them enter the MV Barima. I saw their remains and identified them. I recognize them through of who they are. They are my family. They are Auntie Mary or Uncle Joe. I saw them. I have pictures of them. I took a text with them that they were going on to the Barima. Here's the text dated at the time that they were boarding the Barima. I have a ticket, or they have a ticket in the bag that was recovered, that they bought the ticket. Or they have a text or a photograph or whatever to show them, connecting them to the boat. You have to produce that evidence. Start getting up your evidence. It will be evidence like, let me see, I made a list of it, and it might be important for you to get this list of ticket, receipt, or booking documentation. That is, you booked the Barima that day, or Uncle Joe and Auntie Mary, they had a receipt, and they had a boarding pass, or they had a receipt, or they had money taken from the bank that corresponds to the amount that was used to board the ferry. That is how you prove that part of the case. So share this video, like it, make sure you join my group. I'm going to be giving you from my experience as a magistrate, state prosecutor, and lawyer for over 50 years, 45 years. my knowledge and helping you to traverse and navigate injustice and get justice. And this is how you can do it. We're talking to lawyers to form a team to represent you. They can also do it on a pro bono basis. That is for the sake of their conscience. They can be hired by the government. The government can put together a team. The government can put together its own team that will listen to these folks and try to help them. Or the bar association can do that also. You know, the bar association can also do that. So that's one thing where um, the bar association can help
Hi.
with that.
Nathan, you like it?
So
Hey,
Hi.
I have some interpreters here. I
Hey, Nathan,
didn't
I'm gonna go make
imagine
TikToks
to.
and then I'll.
Yes,
you.
I don't know how they got to this, but Sassy, I think you're in the
Hey,
wrong forum. But very nice to meet you.
nice to meet you
So,
too. Bye.
so I'm sorry that you're the wrong forum. So I kindly ask you to
Okay, no
unless
problem.
you're with the guy. Are you Guyanese?
Guyanese? No, I'm Spanish.
Oh, Spanish, yeah. So please leave. We're talking about a Guyanese event in the Barima
Thank
tragedy,
you.
and I appreciate it. Good night. By mistake, we got you in. But thank you. Yes, like I said, I'm just trying to convene this. I like and share the because when I invite folks, sometimes that comes up when I send an invite. So just try to get it in and send it to your folks to join because it's disrupting the broadcast. Anyway, we're talking about a ticket, receipt, or booking documentation. That's the first thing you got to show. Passenger manifest. I hope the government makes a passenger manifest very, very early so we can then compare names there and ask the folks, publish it in the newspapers as to who's supposed to be there. My condolences, of course, to everybody. And as a lawyer, as a prosecutor, as a senior state counsel, I'm now trying to help folks traverse or overcome their problems here. That is what this is about, this entire video here. So we're trying to get this done in a way that people can learn and people can get themselves organized to make their lives better, to stop, to mourn, but also to mourn gracefully, to mourn with purpose, and also to get compensation, to be made whole, for sympathy, and for the government to provide them with compensation. Now, the passenger manifest, like I said, and the official missing person list must be made public. When that is done, we also have to have eyewitness testimony, like I said. Who saw John or Mary board the vessel at so and so time and are prepared to give an affidavit or a deposition, meaning that they go before a notary public or they go before a judge or make a statement. I saw John board the MV Barima and I saw him going there and went up to the second floor or the bottom or wherever story, and the boat sailed with him inside on that very, very tragic journey. So that's one thing that has to be, start getting up your evidence for that. Now, calls, texts, photographs, or location data from the vessel. Very important calls. Calls saying, are you on the Barima? And it dates back to that time. Yes, I boarded and we are about to sail, or we are sailing. This is important because you know what? It means, therefore, that John or Mary, I'm just making up these names, sailed off with the Barima and were en route to Barama. And therefore, that they were there for a passenger, a genuine bona fide passenger of that boat. A photograph will also show that going into the boat, or a video, and text, and I said calls. Recovered belongings. Perhaps they recovered belongings that a member can say, well, yes, Uncle Joe used to wear this hat, or he had these clothes on. On the day of the tragedy, these were his boots he had on. I saw him leave with that through the house. I saw him tell me that he was going to give Auntie Daphne this same pepper pot, a container, or he was going to give her these fresh greens, or he was going to give her these trophies, or he's going to give her some memorabilia, family memorabilia. And I can identify that at a set time that Uncle Joe or whoever boarded the Barama, he had this in his belongings. That's called recovered belongings. But it must be a nexus, what lawyers say, or tying it to the people, tying it to the people who board the boat. Now, we also have to have the Coast Guard, police, and search and rescue reports. We need to see who rescued who. Coast Guard, police, and search and rescue reports, even Mr. Mohammed's reports as to who he rescued. This would help to shed light on who were recovered, or who died, or who survived, or who were the victims, and hence their families and their loved ones will be able to get just compensation and due compensation according to the process of law that they're entitled to for their families. That is how the law works. That is how civilized society works. That is how we have to work with this. And that is how we have to proceed. So, and there's also must be proof that there has been no contact since the capsizing. That Uncle Ronald or Auntie Auntie Daphne never called and said, you know what, thank God I survived this. Or you know what, I reached Barima. It's very unlikely, and I don't mean to be facetious here. But we have to rule out the fact that anybody survived. And that the presumption is that they all died, and that is how a judge would be able to say, I declare them dead, and I declare that they have been died. They are dead now, and I'm going to issue a death certificate to empower their relatives to bring lawsuits and to bring actions against the government of Guyana. Now, I'm not saying this because I hate the government of Guyana. I'm saying this for any civilized country, whether it's the United States or who, the state of New York or the federal government. These are the folks who will be ultimately responsible. That is what meaning the government is responsible, the government of the day. Unfortunately, that is the responsibility. That is what comes with being governor or mayor or attorney general, unfortunately. Now, I've told you about a class action lawsuit. That is a representative action according to Guyana law. We call it class action lawsuit, where you join everyone. What everyone needs to do is that over 100 people can't depend on one person, and so that people need to file separate notices of claim and start their proceedings within 1 month. 30 days from the date of the tragedy, so only 3 weeks, within 6 months, but a notice of claim, only 3 weeks are left. In those 3 weeks, there's a very short statement of claim. A one-page document will suffice. It gives them intent. The government is required by law. Some people say it was designed to help all governments, not only the Guyana government, any government, America, including New York City and state and federal government. They bring down the timeline so small, and it makes it difficult for you to sue the government. And, they have sovereignty, they have immunity, some of them have great privileges. So lawyers have got to be very careful and very, conscientious and dedicated as to how they do their work. So when all of these actions are filed, they're not filed together, then they can be consolidated by a judge. A judge can bring them all together and said all 100 of these matters, 120, whatever it is, survivors and who deceased and who. By the way, those who didn't die also have an action. Those who didn't die, let me repeat, also have an action for pain and suffering. As a matter of fact, I researched that. So let me read to you what are some of the actions who didn't die. That is by survivors. Survivors have claims for physical injuries, medical and rehabilitation costs, which includes counseling, because they have to get a lot of counseling there to get back, to even start to enjoy life, to live life, to survive again. Then past and future loss of earnings. Perhaps they're in such a state that they can't even work. Those earnings have to be paid by the government of Guyana. Damaged or lost possessions. Perhaps they lost their wristwatch. They lost their chain. They lost their jewelry. All those are things, and they lost them on the Barima. They have to be compensated as long as they can show the receipts for them, photographs of them, witnesses' accounts that they have them, or they wore them, or they were in possession of them at the time that this tragedy occurred. Psychological or psychiatric injury, whether medically established and legally recoverable. Those also are part of the claim. Pain, suffering, and loss of normal functioning. Pain, suffering, and loss of public and normal functioning. So this trauma, this anxiety, these depressions, these sufferings, these pains, these nightmares, these recurring nightmares are all going to be actionable in a court of law in Guyana. And yes, the world is looking and the world would see to see them compensated. These are the claims by the survivors. The claims by those who died through their representatives, as I said, when you apply to the court to be their guardian or representative or to bring the action, you'll be able to bring their financial support, all that money for all those years that they lost that it could have worked. Let's say John was 20 and he died, 20 to 65 or 55, whatever the retirement age is in Guyana. You've got to multiply them, but John would have lost all those earnings or his children. And that is how Angel Eyes, you can also do that. I saw your question. You can get photographs. If there's no photographs, you get text. If you don't have text, you get affidavits from people who know that these people boarded the MV Barima. That is how they can prove that they were on the Angel Eyes. So that's one way. And I'll try to answer your questions as we go on. As I finish my presentation, I'll go back to these questions and I'll see them and try to answer them. But the loss of services that I was talking about, the uncle who died, his funeral and burial expenses, how much money and wages he would have lost from his working lifetime, other proof in dependency losses, like if he had foster kids or he had, family that he took care of, we have to make them whole. The government has to make them whole. Not me and you, not Mr. Ali personally, the government of Guyana, from the treasury. That is what I'm talking about. That is what other countries do. So you're not affecting anybody going into their pocket here. This is where we as a civilized nation, as a member of the United Nations and as a member of the world community, has to take care of the most vulnerable and those who have suffered disasters like that, as obtains in all countries, not only Guyana. Everybody has to take care of their citizens and of their inhabitants and of their people. That is a bounden duty. That is not something you beg or ask for. That is the whole crystallization of democracy and what obtains in civilized countries. Other than that, you can be in the World League of Nations or in the world or in the United Nations. You got to go in some Timbuktu far off place. This is all basic government responsibility law. And we dare not say, oh, this is a calculated to attack somebody or to attack the It's not. It's about people being made whole and being helped at a time of need when we, as a government of Guyana, have the understanding and have the responsibility of making them whole. That's what it is. So don't let's get our ideas and our tendencies mixed up here. I hold no brief for anybody. For PPP, PNC, Guyana government, Mr. Ashton or anybody. I'm speaking as a loyal Guyanese who have seen how other countries treat their citizens, who was there when Guyana was very much the mudland and used to be laughed at, and who would love to see it very quickly advance to the top countries in the world. So put that in your pipe and smoke it. That I'm coming from a place here of patriotism and loyalty, which many of you may not even know or have comparable to what I bear. As a child of Guyana, as a person who went to Queen's College and became a magistrate and prosecutor and lawyer there, I still have my roots and my love for my country, and that is why I'm discussing these claims. So we have finished about those who have survived and those who died. Similar type of claims, but they have to have a representative for those who died, and the court can appoint you, apply for it. Also, you also have to get your records, your evidence of what happened. And that is why we have to get now to the evidence. We have to get now to how missing persons can be declared dead. Well, Guyana has a Coroner's Act where you can go through that and get a registration of death and certified death certificates and probate letters of administration. But because of the urgency of these proceedings, we've got to be able to expedite this. The Registrar General or a commission embodied by the President or the Judicial Service Commission or the President of Guyana and his cabinet to give the powers to folks who can then take evidence or a magistrate and a coroner's inquest expedited. This can't drag on for years and commission of inquiry. All of these things must be done and preempt and be done before you have this commission of inquiry, because time is of the essence here. And the declaration must show how they died and that they possibly died, that they died on the Barima, which is how we have to really prove our case. So you got to prove that and let a judge issue an order. I do not see any reasonable judge not ordering that, especially you can show the person left the home, they had a ticket, they talked about going to Barima. Here's a text of it, here's a photograph of them going into the boat, here's a recovered body, here's the affidavit of death. This is what we have here. Of course, each case must be decided on a case-by-case basis, because you would have people now trying to show or claim or bring fake claims that somebody was on that boat. That has happened in 9/11 here in America, and that will continue to happen. So they would have to make sure that you have genuine folks, or that you have situations where you can be sure that whatever is being done in the right manner, being done in accordance with law, in accordance with evidence, in accordance with reasons. This can't be a free-for-all, where everybody comes and bring the class and opens up and widens the class to say, oh, the 500 of us were on that boat when the boat had 120 or whatever it is. We've got to be credible, and we've got to be able to look through this evidence, and those that cannot be determined on a prima facie basis, like a strong enough basis with a dead body or a deceased person or proper ID, that must then be, I wouldn't use the term litigated, but that must be discussed thoroughly, and then that should be proved to be sure that you're sure that that person died. You don't want years after somebody come and said, you know what, I was supposed to be dead in the MV Barima tragedy, and they compensated me so much $1 million. But I resurrected and I'm reborn again. That is all utter nonsense, and I know that can happen in many societies, including Guyana. So I'm not that stupid, brothers and sisters. I've been and lived in Guyana, and I've walked the roads there. I pride myself in being a real Guyanese who walked the streets of better hope and benefited with a great deal of road sense, and then became a magistrate and a prosecutor to apply those cases. 3 times my life was attempted. They tried to kill me 3 times as a prosecutor. I did all the worst cases in Guyana. Kicked down the door bandits, murders, mayhem, all of those cases I did. I was just 22 years old. 21 when I got out of law school, 22 years old as a state prosecutor, 25 as a magistrate. That's the fastest appointments because of how well I did my cases and the kind of... Mr. Vowles, the senior counsel, told me that if I put the kind of energy I put in my private practice, when I went into private practice, as I did when I was a prosecutor, I will be a very successful lawyer, and people will throw money at me. And throw money they did. So as long as you're a very firm lawyer and you can fight, and you don't give up on your client, and you're loyal to them, and you treat them and shift out what is right from wrong, you'll be able to do a good job. So I encourage all lawyers to follow that road and to make sure that you can stand up for these people at a time in your life when they need help. And don't forget, you can also get a compensation, meaning like 30% or 33 or 30% of that which is given out to these folks. Lawyers in America do that. They get 30% of the earnings or less. You may want to take less because these are poor people and you do them in bulk. And if you do one case, then there's nothing to prevent you from doing many others. So I ask you to be sympathetic with the people of Guyana, to give of your service. I've given of my services as a district leader in New York, where rights have been trampled upon and we have been marginalized. And I never got a cent, nor did I ask for a penny. I was elected district leader, made history here as a judicial delegate also recently. Came very close to winning. As a matter of fact, we were cheated. I was declared a state senator. I have done all of these things using my own resources. Never asked for a penny and trying to help the people. A lot of people got a lot of nasty things to say. They can only say bad things of people. You try not to bother with those kinds of negative people. Those are negative energy. Those are the scums of the earth. And therefore, you don't bother with scums. You try to keep above the fray. You try to rise every day. And you try to get leverage. See who's behind me? Nelson Mandela, Martin Luther King, Cherry Jagan, and Barack Obama. These are the people that you have in your presence, even if they may just be in the photographic presence in my study here. But these are the people whose life you should really follow. So you serve the notices immediately, obtain as state representatives, file missing person declarations applications so the court can rule on it, secure and preserve evidence that they were on the boat, retain an independent naval architect and marine engineer, and commence protective high court proceedings immediately. That is within the next 3 weeks or within the month. But at least if the notice is served within the next month, then you will be able to preserve that and you can file the claim within 6 months. So the first thing is get a notice of claim. Now, Shabudi Dika has been asked if she should raise the boat. Definitely. Definitely. This boat is part of who we are as Guyanese. This MV Barima, apart from its 89-year-old history, or how long it was, it's an endemic part of our history, our colonial past, what we inherited from the British, what they gave us, how they exploited us, how it eventually led to death, how there was another boat bought for costing over, I think it was 12 million US dollars from India, the Malaysia, how that boat was used by people to party exclusively, the higher ups, and what we can learn from man's inhumanity to man. And I say this without apologies to anyone. How are you going to have us telling for 3 years a mooring dock for the Malaysia? And you can't moor that 3 years? And you got a vessel 12 million and you bought the vessel in the first place? What is the problem with you folks? You need to have done that very swiftly. As a matter of fact, you should have built those moorings from the time you got to India and you paid over that check or transmitted taxpayers' money to buy the Malaysia. You should have radioed Guyana and called them and said, we need that. This is the specifications from the engineers. You need to dig up this wharf and you need to plow it and you need to dredge it up and you need to install that dock because the boat is coming. And within 1 month, 2 months, 3 months the most, we must be able to dock that boat. So the MV Barima can be replaced in a wholesome manner. The fact that that was never done is criminal. It's negligent. And the further fact that they use this ship now to have these fancy parties and a higher-ups party in white clothes and sophisticated, so-called sophisticated guests and liquor and stuff like that is another blemish on our history. We should never be doing this. That boat should have been operating. So yes, that boat has to be lifted up. That boat has to come to the fore. The MV Barima must be made to be a national monument of mourning. Like how you have the coffee statute, like how you have all these other statues in Guyana, you must also have a museum. Because lives have been lost. Heroes have died. The ship sunk. You can't leave it out there. It might even be an obstruction of justice that you're hiding evidence to get to the bottom of this. So when I heard the higher-ups of the Guyana government say we're going to leave it out there, no, sir. That is the wrong way to approach this. It shows a lack of sensitivity. It shows a disrespect for the dead. And it shows an attempt to get rid of something rather quickly. No, no, no. We are watching. We're not going to allow that. You have got to get this Exxon folks or hire some other place. I can't see how you all have Exxon there giving us 2% oil money and they can't lift up that boat and they go out, way out into the sea. In our waters, that's 12 miles ECZ zone day, extraterritorial limits, and dredge our oil. And you can bring up deeper than where the MV Barima is. Don't give me that nonsense, brothers and sisters. Or we're going to start talking about the N word, the nationalization word. If you can't help me bring up my boat from the bottom of the river where the MV Barima is, but you can dig my oil out, even further out and deeper, then we've got a problem. We've got a problem. You continue to make billions and zillions on my tax-paying Guyanese people here. We've got major problems. You've got to bring up that boat. You've got to do it in a humanitarian perspective, or you've got to do it because we want you to show you care about the people of Guyana. Don't only sponsor cricket games. Bring up the boat as a national disaster. It's within your realm and within your capabilities. And that is what America does. America is a leader of the world. America helps the world. This is a disaster that you should have been volunteering your time and efforts and resources immediately to bring up that ship. You're bringing up my oil to make billions, but you can't bring up my small ship? No, no, no. I'm going to start talking to you about nationalizing you. That's the word that Barima had, right? Nationalization. Nationalization. Believe it or not, Guyana is a sovereign country. It's not under Exxon. It's not under the United States. We have our own laws. We have our own integrity. We have our own territorial integrity. And we have our own sovereignty. Understand that. Just like your country has, just like that Guyana has. And unfortunately, if you cannot show me that you care and you love your money where it's coming from, then perhaps it is better you pack up and leave and get somebody else to do my own who will bring up that ship. Straight talk. You could take it or you could leave it. We are going to nationalize you unless you bring up my ship. Simple. You vex, well, it's not for me, it's for the people. And this oil you get in these billions belong to the people. It's Guyana's wealth and natural resources that you take in, and taking it big. So, this brings us to the case where either Exxon going to lift it up, or Guyana government has to spend the expenses or accept whosoever is offering. I understand the opposition leader, and I hold no brief for him. If he's come up with that idea, then he's a Guyanese. He's the opposition leader. He has vested interest in Guyana. Take him up on his offer. If the Guyanese says he's going to do it for free, then take him up. Let him sign a waiver that he's not going to ask for any money. He's not going to hold this against us. And this is done from the bottom of my heart. Signed, Asuddin Mohammed. That's okay. He's a son of Guyana. I don't care what people say about him. If he wants to help, but that is his domain and he has expertise in that, then let the man help. He's a Guyanese citizen like all of us, like all of you. None of you are better than anybody else, than me or he or anybody else. We're all the same. So take it from a Guyanese perspective, that however that things is going to be picked up, the MV Barima, pick it up and examine it. Get the experts in. Now, I want to draw your attention to a lot of people are saying why the MV Barima should be salvaged, law, history, and civilized conduct. What is important here is this. How can we have an investigation if we cannot have the locus and co? As a prosecutor, when I prosecuted cases, like I said, they tried to kill me 3 times in murder cases when I went against criminals and kicked down the door bandits. I used to go to the homes of these people. I used to go how they went through the window, how they broke the door, how they throw the acid on the people, how they ringed the door. I want to get it in my head as a prosecutor, how I'm going to nail you to the cross, how I'm going to bring that conviction against you, how I'm going to get rid of you, a murderer that targeted innocent people. As a prosecutor, I visited every crime scene. I went there myself with the police and I observed. One case I did, the police were taking bribes for flour. They were bringing the flour through the ship and being pirates on the sea and taking away the man's flour. Vigilance Magistrate Court, East Coast. I went down there and the cops, they were all friends. And I got into a lot of trouble. They said, oh, BALDEO been here, and he was asking the witnesses a lot of questions. They were ganging up against me. Police officers who were charged for taking bribes, corrupt transactions. But, God was my guide, my conscience. I went after them, I got convictions. Because they were wrong to take the man's flour from Suriname and call corrupt transactions, medicine and so on, and take away the man's flour, take away trucks that were transporting rice at that time. They were wrong to seize these people's things, even though they were police officers. We went after them. We went after criminals. We went after, not many cases, but those who, contravene the laws. That's what a prosecutor does. And that is why, although the DPP has charged these folks, I don't think she's come up with the right charges. Let's deal with that first. That's a pressing issue. It's not murder. It's more like manslaughter or causing grievous bodily harm that results in manslaughter. This is not a case where the people said, the captain and the other folks there, and you got to go to the higher-ups, the ministers and what have you. This is not a place where people went there and said, oh, I'm going to kill this 100 and something people or passengers on this boat. I'm going to let this boat go down. No, it was not. That would have been murder. Like how a pilot does a suicide mission or he plans to ram an aircraft into the mountains. Happened in one of the airline cases recently, and he killed everybody because he ran it into the ocean on a suicide mission. He had the intent to kill those people and himself, so that was a suicide, murder, crime that happened there. But this is not murder. This is at best manslaughter. And it would fit the pieces if you get these three people. I'm not saying the captain is not wrong, I'm although brief for him. I'm not saying the two surviving crew members are not wrong. They were wrong to have drugs in the system, but that's not necessarily a murder or manslaughter charge. You shouldn't be bringing those charges so early, Madam DPP. You should be waiting until the evidence is flushed out. You should be waiting until you gather all the evidence. And do it very quickly. And don't jump as murder, because you might want to tell a jury, as I once did, if you charge for murder, you could conflict for manslaughter. But those weren't very serious murder cases. Those were cases where there was malice aforethought. There was the actus nisi mensit rea. Actus facit nisi mensit rea. That's Latin I'm talking there now. That the criminal act and the mental act must occur. Here, the act was done, the actus reus. But where's the mens rea? Where's the malice aforethought? Where's the intent to do this? The law requires and demands that there must be the intent to kill, the intent to cause grievous bodily harm. And unfortunately, we don't have that. Be that as it may, that doesn't mean they will escape justice. Like I said, in the civil case, we can sue the minister, the transport department, the attorney general, not in his personal capacity. I respect Mr. Nandalal, and I'm not saying sue in his personal capacity, but as attorney general, unfortunately, attorney generals are a necessary part of these lawsuits. And also the minister of transport and who has jurisdiction over that, or the ministers. Not personal lawsuits, but lawsuits against that arm of government that is deemed culpable and liable for the acts of negligence and responsibility. That's the law. That's how the law works. So that the charges that are there are likely to confuse and are likely to make problems. But let's get back now to this Barima. MV Barima should be salvaged, and here's why. This is what the wreck may reveal. When you bring this wreck, you're not destroying it and blowing it up. You're trying to lift it in a way like when you lift a little baby. Little baby just born, you lift him up with all his clothes and his towel, you hold it together. Or him or her. You hold them together like me, how I'm demonstrating it. And that is how they lift this ship up. Gently. Without it falling apart. Without it, having for the... It's not a very huge vessel anyways. It's not as big as a Titanic, and much more was done with incidents like that. So let's go to this clearly. The wreck may reveal where and how water entered. When you get the wreck of the vessel, you will see if there were holes in the bow or in the back or the bridge or wherever this water come from, when they were saying water coming in. And that will now assign some sort of responsibility to the captain or anybody, to the engineer who passed that, the fitness certification, the licensing, the dry dock people, the people who take money to say, well, that boat was okay, and they stamp the certification and receive the check from the government. They may be liable for negligence because it's certified an unfit and unseaworthy vehicle to go into the sea, and that caused people to die. Simple as that. This is not a situation where you're guessing and you are speculating. This is a case where you're using the facts and the law to arrive at the conclusion that these people are responsible. What happened must be traced back, must be recorded. And this is what we are doing to get back to what happened. It will also show when the MV Barima is brought up, whether the hull, doors, windows, or compartments failed. That is the hull, the doors, the windows, or compartments failed. That will be shown from the wreck. You need these. It's like the post-mortem of a dead body. If you want to know how someone died, you do a post-mortem. If you want to know how a ship sank, you have to look at the ship, at the wreck. If you want to know where aircraft disintegrated, you have to get the aircraft. A lot of these pointers are out there, and we knew what happened, that it was overloaded, overcrowded, but we just can't jump to conclusions like that. And you can't take away the rights of the people and say, oh, the relatives decide to this that they will not, that they don't want this boat to come up. No, relatives have nothing to do with this. This is investigation. This is the government's duty. You have to bring up that ship. You just can't pass off that ship and say, oh, you know what? They want them at the bottom of the sea. They want to remain there. Rubbish. That sounds like a cover up. Mr. Prime Minister, you're treading on very dangerous ground, sir. Do not suggest that again and said you're going to get paper signed. People don't want this boat to come up. No, sir. You're going down the wrong tree. History will never forgive you. Press for the boat to come up. We are not paupers. We have money. We need to take care of our own. We need to find out what happened there. The only way is to get that wreck. Stop suggesting and getting people signing letters. Put an injunction. Somebody go to court and get an injunction in Guyana that the boat shall not remain where it is, and that a judge orders, in the interest of justice and the interest of a fair and complete investigation, we need this ship to come on board. That is what needs to be done. The ship has to come on board. It needs to come and pass the scrutiny of engineers, scientists, and the world and experts. What happened to the ship? Whether pumps and alarms functioned. Every ship and plane must have alarms, and ships must have pumps. Were there pumps on the MV Barima? We need to see them. Show me the pumps. Show me that they were working. That is what we need. You know? So, my brothers and sisters, this is what we need to do, and this is what we need to follow up on. We need to follow up on these things because it is very, very important that we get the conditions of the safety of the engine and safety equipment, the pumps, how the passengers and cargoes were distributed. We need to see that also. So share the live, brothers and sisters. Share this live for knowledge and for enablement for our brothers and sisters in Guyana so they can deal with the troubles, and somebody's got to think for these people. These folks are in a situation of pain and suffering and distress. So we have to help them. We have to make them whole. We have to help them to get compensation. And that is the purpose of this video. Okay? Whether escape routes were blocked. Can the passengers who were trying to leave or escape, were the escape routes blocked? For future reference, how we make it mandatory in these ships, passenger ships and vessels that are going to go on and sea, to have those equipments and those escape routes. Whether repairs, corrosion, or structural deterioration contribute to the sinking. We need to get that. Whether lack of repairs, and also hold those who said the ship was accountable and liable and seaworthy accountable for it. So you got to get a lot of people here to get to the bottom of this. This can't be solved with 3 scapegoats or 3 employees only, or for them to be the scapegoats. It was too early to charge them. Perhaps you could get a lot of stuff from them, a lot of evidence. They are key players. I'm not saying they're exonerated. I'm not saying they're not guilty. What I am saying is that you have put the cart before the horse. You need to interview them and find out what they know. Then interview others. Then leading higher up. Where does the chain of accountability end? Where does the chain of accountability and liability end? Civil laws allow these folks to sue right up to the government of Guyana and the Attorney General. So how come in criminal liability you are putting artificial barrier, or you're instituting a wall beyond which you're not interested in anybody else? When I was a member of the DPP's office, we charged from Harry right to Harry wrong. You had to be fair. You can't be a political, or you can't be subject to anybody's whims and fancies. Forbes Barnum used to call and ask me what cases, what decisions I made. Skip Roberts. And I explained to them why a minister was charged, or why somebody else was charged, or why somebody higher up, or why some favorite person was charged. Because the evidence and the law pointed to him having liability beyond a reasonable doubt. And you don't just charge people on a whim or a fancy, or to pacify people, or to say, well, oh yeah, we catch somebody, we catch a criminal. You don't go outside and say, oh, you arrest the first person, say, there's a criminal, yeah, we solved the crime. No. It does not work like that. You've got to do a thorough investigation. And we were able to flush out the evidence and see who's wrong and who's right. And before you can get to the bottom of it, you had to be sure in your mind, proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You had to be sure as a minister of justice, as a prosecutor, that they were liable for a criminal charge, to deprive them, to put them in jail. You just don't make those decisions lightly or in the twinkling of an eye or on the flip of a coin. That's not how it's done. Or on a phone call from somebody. The office is above any sort of manipulation or any sort of, advice or extrajudicial contact. It's a sacred office because it has a sole liability. And in my time, it was like that. That even when the president called, he could not sway a prosecution. You have to be fair, you have to be fearless. And I guess that is why I survived three hits on my life when I was just 23 years old in Guyana. But thank God for that. To God be the glory. Now, we were talking about why this vessel has to be salvaged and brought up. And these are the reasons why. This is exhibit number 1. Exhibit number A in this criminal and civil case, and this case of worldwide and national importance, is the MV Barima salvaged and brought out. Just like how you have all these astronauts and these aircrafts and boats reassembled in a hangar, that is what you have to do to MV Barima. Put a sacred place, bless it, pray over it, consecrate it as holy ground, and put the pieces of MV Barima there. That will be Exhibit A. And from there, you tie up the investigation. From that, you put the pieces together like a jigsaw puzzle. You will not get all the pieces. You will get bodies, and you will get very, very important evidence and circumstances and the ground on which to stop this from happening again. If you don't do that, then you're dealing in speculation. You're dealing in something else apart from law. You're dealing in a cover-up. You're dealing in some kind of illegal conduct to say, well, let them remain at sea, and we're going to designate that. Who's going to go 12 miles out to pray and remember those souls? Why can't they be remembered on land? They're not fit to be on land. They're not Guyanese. You want America to put them in America? You want China to take them? You want Australia to claim them? You want the sharks to claim them? You want maritime jurisdiction to own these people? They're Guyanese. Their neighbor was buried in Guyana. They have all rights to be in Guyana. And you need to bring them home. The final reverence, the final obligation you owe these people, government of Guyana, is to bring these people home out of that wreck and give them a decent burial. You have to. You can't ask somebody else to do that. It's a shame and a disgrace for you to abandon these people in their debt, in their misery. It's unforgivable that you're not going to bring them home or the pieces of their body. The people said we even want to see the bone because it's with family. And that is understood. If it was your family, you would want that also. You would want the bones. You would want the skin. You would want the eye. You would want to have every living part or clothing of that person to give a decent burial to. That happens all over the world. Wait, you don't have humanity? You don't have any sense of decency, sir? That you're going to leave those people in that fiery grave? Don't you have a soul? Don't you have an inner person? Don't you have a conscience? You know, even the barbarians don't think like that. Even barbarians would go and bring back their own. Even the coyote would bring that dead coyote and bring it bring it home. Even a scavenger. I was trying to think of some of these animals that kill others. Not raccoons, but there's these dogs, these wild animals. They bring their dead and give them a decent finality or burial. Are you going to leave these bodies in that ocean with the sharks and invest in and rot? Excuse me? listen, if you continue to say like this, you should resign. Because I'm telling you this. If you cannot, as high functionaries, and I'm not talking about the president, I'm talking about those who knows have said this, those words. If you're going to come out like that and say leave the bodies there, the people that want it, so I'm getting for signed paper, you're giving them burial money and so on as a sort of a encouragement to sign. And let's call it or bribe or illicit money. Poor people hungry, glad for the money to bury their family and sign a paper saying that. And that brings me to all of you, do not sign any paper. Do not sign any paper say giving away your rights. Tell them, throw it to my lawyer. All of you should have a lawyer. All of you, if there's one lawyer at the stage of the game, so he can check all the papers. Or send it to me. Send the paper to me. abaldeo16@gmail.com. abaldeo16@gmail.com. Or send it through the Facebook. I'm on Facebook. I'm on WhatsApp. Many people have been calling me from Guyana. A lot of 592. abaldeo16@gmail.com. Simple. Send it to me. Let me see what they're trying to do. Because I'll publish it for the world to see that they're trying to get you to sign that I give up all my rights for a little compensation, that I don't want to bury my family and I don't want to bring any lawsuits. I want to see what that paper states. Because no one should be taking away your rights from you. No one should be exploiting you in your grievance. And no one should be doing that for you, against you. You need to have proper advice. You're entitled to proper counseling. You're entitled to legal representation. Many things have been taken away from you. But don't let your legal rights be taken from you. I've told people here all the time, even lawyers don't even know their rights. The right against self-incrimination, the right against people hustling you. I've had people in campaigns giving up their rights because they're threatening and deport them. And I get into problems. That is how these law enforcement people play. They put pressure on you to bring on confessions and admittances you will never do. But because you fear deportation, because you fear imprisonment, because you fear lack of job and pensions, that is what was crystallized in my case. But we'll talk about that another day, of how evil the government and systems can be. I'm talking about the Guyana government. I'm talking about the American government. I'm talking about the Russian government. I'm talking about all governments, how they're only for themselves and not necessarily for the people. So don't think this is only a Guyana situation here. It's not. It's a worldwide situation where people take advantage of the smaller and less strong amongst us. So getting back to this salvaging this MV Barima, sorry, it must be. It deserves recovery. The relatives deserve identification and burial, and to ascertain how many were left. And it's also part of the manifest. How many were put on that ship, on that ferry, without proper ID, without proper accountability, and that must assist in finding out who was on that boat, who was on that ship. The manifest is not complete. There are many people who are not accounted for. We can account for them through their bodies in that ship, through belongings, through ID cards in that ship left there. I once won a murder case in Chevram, a jeweler of the East Coast, Chateau Margaux, I think it was. A man named Donald Lawler, the worst criminal in Guyana in 1985, and his gang of people. They went into that man's home, threw acid on them. Sorry, they didn't throw the acid, but they broke down the home, brought out the guns, beat them up, and killed one of the Chevrams, beating them on their head and taking their jewelry and all the money. And unfortunately, they ran to Canada and they came back to testify when I was prosecutor. And I got him into prison and he was convicted for murder. You know how I convicted him? When he went into those jewelers' homes, the Indian people at Chevram, entrepreneurs, business people, I'm not taking a racist side. I'm just telling you how these people preyed on other people. He dropped his ID card. When the acid was thrown on him, he dropped his ID card. And the ID card, half of it was couldn't be seen because of the acid, but he had another half of it that had his face and had his name. That was the only link and the only evidence I had tying all to that case. And I won that case against the great dude Nat Singh and Rex McKay and Bernardo Santos. They were representing him. I asked the jury, and they felt they were smart. They put all on the stand, this criminal to testify. And I asked him three simple questions. Were you ever a friend, family of the Chef Rams? He said, no. I told you I don't know these people. Were you ever a customer or did jewelry with them? No, I never went there. Did you ever visit that place? No, I never went there. So tell me, Mr. Alder, how come your ID card was found there? Tell me, how was this ID card that belongs to you and has your name on it by the help of grace of God, he put the imprint there? How is it? Couldn't answer that question. The jury convicted him. He thought I was a young, stupid prosecutor. He think I wasn't capable. But I got rid of a murderer. A murderer who, during the course of a robbery, committed murder on both the felony murder rule and murder per se, malice aforethought. That he went there to commit grievous bodily harm and to commit a felony called robbery. And during that, death resulted. And I got him on murder. Went all the way to the Court of Appeal then, Guyana Court of Appeal. Lost the case. One of my finest cases. I was complimented as a young lawyer. 3 times after that, his people came after me. I don't know if his people or other people or what. But when you're a prosecutor, you stand up for justice, a lot of people are going to go after you. You wouldn't be the most popular person alive. But I did my duty and I did my work. And it's the same way I'm asking people who are concerned with this vessel, who are public servants and employees of the Transport and Harbors Department. Just like how this great captain came forward, the man who was a captain for 12 years. The man who was a captain for 12 years. I was reading his story when he said this thing was just a problem waiting to happen. Daniel, I think his name is. I don't think I brought it up with me. I have it probably in my other study downstairs. But there's a captain in Guyana, and you must have read about the story. He was 12 years the captain of the MV Barima. That's very, very important evidence. And he said that vessel had a history of problems. It was not basically seaworthy. It was a tomb and a grave in the river. That's what the man actually meant to say. It should have been taken off the waterways of Guyana transportation system. That we as a country, we're going to be like Dubai. And we're going to be the greatest country in the world's fastest economy. And we can't even put a boat we already get from India, a replacement ferry, for $12 million. But we're using it for private people party wearing white. What utter nonsense and rascality is that? That's shameful. That's indefensible. Who support that? Who instigated that? Which minister? Who must go? Because here you have the people's lives. And all you're doing is to keep it for the higher-ups. The people must have their parties there, going out to sea. And they must have drinks. And they must have 5-course meal or 4-course meal or whatever it is. And they must have fun. And the Amerindian people, the Native Americans who got just as much right, if not more than us, and were original settlers of our great land, have to drown and die in a tomb that you keep plowing and plowing the MV Barina on, knowing very well that it's only a matter of time for people to die on that vessel, for there to be mass casualties. 87 years old. And you still got it out there pushing it. What a shame, sir. What a nasty and vicious set of people we have. For you to keep pushing and having that kind of solution. But the captain who piloted that boat, I think his name is Daniel. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up. Perhaps tomorrow I will talk about his take. But he said quite clearly that the vessel was a disaster waiting to happen. Oh, yes, here he is. Andrew Donald. Give a big hats off to Andrew Donald, a great Guyanese. This man should get a national award. This is him here. Let me show you. Big up to this brother here, Andrew Donald. Andrew Donald came out and spoke about this. And I thank you, Andrew, and I praise you, brother. He's a former captain, and he talked about the persistent management interference. Management was interfering with the vessel. Chronic overloading and safety deficiencies within the Transport and Harbors Department. They created conditions that made the vessel a floating disaster waiting to occur. A floating disaster waiting to occur. While senior officials have not faced scrutiny, and obviously charges also following the tragedy. How are you going to charge a captain and two other people as small players and you have higher ups? Hire people who control this boat, who rule this boat, who tell what must go on, who put extra load on, who determine who must go and who must not go, who treat the boat like their own personal bicycle that they're riding on the road, or their own car that they put their goods in, or their own place where they carry the bribes or whatever the contraband, or use it to carry logs and do the business, the side business and what have you. How come they are not liable and they were the ones who created these conditions and exploited and continue to exploit it? Now, Andrew Donald served as captain for 12 years. 12 years makes him an expert witness on the condition of the MV Barima. And if I was a lawyer that was taking this case, or was handling this case, which may very well become part of my future endeavors, if I don't see anybody stepping up to the plate, and I call upon lawyers, all of you to step up. You have a duty. You make money as lawyers in Guyana. I made money as a lawyer. Give back. You can even work for a percentage. Don't take the full 30%. Take like 15%, 10%. But these people don't have money. So you can get the money when you get it from the government. Write a retainer to that effect. But stand up. That is what lawyers are for. Stand up like me and fight for people. Fight the system. Never get paid for that. But my satisfaction lies in making changes in America, being a trailblazer, and getting the praise and satisfaction and thanks of my fellow beings. Because nobody else could have delivered and stood up for them like I did. And that makes me a hero and a champion, as they tell me every day. So lawyers over there, you can be champions and heroes too. You can be trailblazers. And you can make money at the same time. Nothing is stopping you from that. But give back to your community. But getting back to this, Andrew Donald said that for 12 years, he was the captain. And for 12 years, this 73 lives so far that have been ascertained, and it's over 100 from what I understand. And he wanted to remain silent, but he couldn't take it, the conscience. And this man has a conscience. I praise this man and big him up because he is the star witness. MV Barima is exhibit number 1, exhibit A, when it comes up from the bowels of the ocean. That's exhibit A. Exhibit 2 is this man. Exhibit 2 expert witness is this man, Andrew Donald. You know why? Because he was there. He was at a locus and co. That's Latin for the place where this incident occurred. The locus and co. And this brother, you know what he can shed light on? The persistence, the neglect, the reckless disregard for life, the negligence that was conducted by the Transport and Harbors Department, by extension the ministries, right down to the captains and these smaller players. How this permeation of recklessness, this can't regard for life and for dignity was missing. And how they cause these people to die instead of exercising their constitutional right to live. And if I sound like a prosecutor, that was how I was. I went hard into your case and hid no facts. And most times, 99% of the times, the jury went with me. And I have no excuses. I would say I have no sorrow or any sort of misgivings. These were hardcore criminals. They killed people. They kicked down the door. They caused them to migrate. Some were killed. They killed them in their homes. Donald Aldo and those kinds of people. They choke and rob people out that I got convicted. These were the hardcore criminals of society. These were the worst criminals you could keep. They don't give you a chance. Blackie and all these kind of people, them the type that they had. And that is why I am asking for legal action. I'm asking for thought. I'm asking for people like these to be made use of, Mr. Donald. How we talked about how the captains were routinely pressured by managers over vessel operations while being left to shoulder responsibility whenever problems arose. They make the decision, force the captain, and when anything happened, they're out of here. Talk to the captain. Sounds familiar? Yes. Because that's how they set you up. That's how they make a scapegoat. That's how they put you to face the fire. There are lots of people like that. I see them every day. They look you straight in your face and they talk to you. And behind your back, they would cut your throat. That is the Guyanese mentality. And they would talk your name. Never mind they can't wear the shoes you walk in. Never mind they'll say something good in your face and then talk your name behind your back. Or talk or the gossip. Never knowing that they could never walk the walk or be through what you did and still be able to address you in this manner as I have. They will never give you credit for that. They're going to bad both what they hear and read and what is supposed to be the law and justice. They would never come up with the right things and they would always talk some foolishness. We always have people like that. They call them the scum of the earth, and many of them are on this life. But we have no regard for them. What we have regard for is the content of this. And the content of this is, as Donald said, he faced pressure from business owners, offers of bribes, and threats of suspension or dismissal when he refused to carry additional cargo. So here were businessmen pressuring this captain, Donald, offering him bribes, and pushing him down, and threatening him and getting rid of him or trying to. When he didn't bow to the fancy and said, this boat is going to sink, I can't carry these things. Use the pontoon or use something else. Cannot go. The boat is not made for that. This is a ferry. This was here since the British. This is what they throw it from England or Scotland and Guinea. This is a dumping crew like the Bridge Harbor Bridge what we had before the Barajagdo Bridge. This is what people throw away. Garbage. They sent it to Guyana to be a bridge. It wasn't a bridge in no other country, but we take it and make it. We Guyanese always like to take second hand and got people raping we 98% of our oil, like Exxon. We don't know the value of our own resources. We don't know the value of what we have. We can only talk down to each other and fight each other. We can't stand up collectively and have the kahunas and the backbone to stand up as a country and as a nation and unite. We're always fighting and pulling each other down. That's why I left that quagmire in Guyana, because I couldn't take it. I had to go to other fields of endeavor and other fields where I could triumph and where I could fight and fight the good fight. But here we have this man being threatened with bribe and suspension and all these kinds of things here, to be crippled and thrown out of his job. And he was doing a good job. But all they wanted to do was to make sure get rid of him. Mr. Donald. Let the name be called again. Andrew Donald, a hero, captain of the Barima for 12 years, came forward and is giving his story. Came forward. It's on Facebook. This is the man here. Big up to him. I salute you, Andrew Donald. Now, Andrew goes on to say, and this is vital evidence in the case, both civil and criminal. He's witness number 2, like I said. Barima is witness number 1. Donald Ford stated that the vessel itself failed to meet modern international safety standards. He said that the MV Barima, a single-hull vessel, was operating contrary to provisions of the International Maritime Organization's Safety of Life at Sea. That's the SOLAS Convention governing passenger vessels. So we didn't comply with international standards. Like, to maintain our membership of the United Nations, we have to comply with our human rights areas with international standards. Here in this simple shipping thing, we didn't comply with SOLAS. We didn't comply with the rudimentary requirements. The vessel, he said, lacked sufficient watertight subdivisions to contain flooding in the hull in the event of hull damage. I was not equipped with an operational bilge pump capable of controlling significant water ingress. So anytime there's water coming there, it couldn't be separated, it couldn't be isolated, and couldn't be pumped out. So what you had was a floating tomb. Let me repeat that. What you had as an MV Barima ferry that the Scottish people dumped on Guyana and preserved since our forefathers came here as slaves and indentured servants, is a coffin. A floating coffin. That's what we proudly had. A floating coffin where we took the natives of Guyana and other people to have no respect for them. Couldn't use the ship that we got, paid $12 million for the militia, but using this ferry that was over 8 to 9 years old. Dump. And using that to transport human beings. You could understand it being used to transport cargo like lumber or not life, not even cattle. Y'all make her remember the farm now with the cattle, but that's another area of discussion. Not even cattle should have been transported in that boat. Not even cockroaches, unless you wanted to drown them. And I think cockroaches can swim. I have to ask some of the cockroaches on this live if they can swim. This is a very trivial issue for me. But he asserted that the 3 crew members who have since been charged are being used as scapegoats, while more senior officials have escaped accountability. Well, Madam Director of Public Prosecutions, this is addressed to you. He says that senior officials have escaped accountability. The law is there for everybody. Everybody is equal in the eyes of the law. No, be he so high, be he so low, no one is above the law. The law must apply to rich and poor, powerful and indigent. Rich and poor alike. However, connected or unconnected you are. I became a lawyer because I know what it is. My father was from the working class. He was a taxi driver. I saw how his rights were trampled upon and how he was treated, and I resolved never to be that and to be a lawyer. And he told me he didn't want me to have that life he lived, where people trampled upon him, where people disrespected him, where people humiliated him. Harry BALDEO, my father, fathered 4 children. A doctor, my brother, Dr. Philip BALDEO, myself, Albert BALDEO. My brother, Frederick, he's an engineer. Or my sister is an educator and insurer specialist. So he knew the difference between also lived and truly lived, or having respect, or having the respect of a fellow man. So I know what it is to be the underdog. I have fought for the underdog here. There are reports here. I got into trouble because I fought for the underdog, and they didn't like me doing that. I changed the system. I ran against the status quo. I knew the system was not designed to cater for poor people or for the humble. It was meant for the status quo, to preserve those who have influence, power, and unjust enrichment. And that is the exact same thing that's happening in this tragedy. And that is why I'm coming out against it, because it's part of my DNA. I broke no apologies to anyone. That's how I grew up. That is why I came into this world. I saw it through the eyes of an underdog. And I stand up for the underdog. And I do not have any apologies to give to any of you. Just like I give no apologies to those who have defeated in the quest for justice, equality, and upliftment for the common man. Now, Donald posed a series of questions, and I believe the commission, and this is very important, should examine whether the vessel complied with SOLAS requirements as the International Maritime Standards. And by the way, MARAD has to be a party in this lawsuit. MARAD, the Maritime Aviation, that division has to be in the lawsuit. But they are accountable also, and they've got to reform. All of these reforms don't apply only to MV Barima. It applies to everyone across the board. Whether you're head of your aviation or aeronautics or whatever you conceive yourself to be, what export in Guyana, what person, everyone, pull up your socks. Strap your bootlaces right now. You're in focus. Whether you're head of aviation, aeronautics, or boat shipping or whatever, minibuses from top to bottom, go back to the drawing board of safety for the public. Or ground all the vehicles. Ground all of them until they re-examine and pass a fitness test. You cannot expect other people to die like this day after day or another incident like this. We have had too many. We've had BALDEO. 19 people died. We've had airplanes crashing into mountains. We've had helicopters falling out of the sky. Check it. We have all of that, and yet we say, oh, we're going to be Dubai? Give me a break, brothers. Oh, and sisters. It's dry docking schedule. Who dry docked this boat and who done certify it? Who said that this boat here is okay? Let it go out back on the sea. That's a criminal offense. How is that right? You're going to have a dry dock and you would certify this boat and take it out to the dock and say, yeah, go along, you can drive now. Like when you do a car and you do a safety inspection. Are you out of your mind? You are accountable. Who's that person? Why is he locked up as yet? How are you going to lock up the captain? You can't lock up somebody who passed the fitness on that boat or did the certification. And whosoever tell you he has put a stamp there, he must mention him. Because there's a principle in law called culpability. It's called aiding and abetting. It's called accomplices. And if that person assisted or is complicit in this act, he or she is also liable. Whether it be a minister or whosoever he be, he or she is equally culpable. That's how the law works. And it's called vicarious liability, that a ministry is liable for the acts and or omissions of its employees. And unless this incident is taken seriously, unless there are permanent solutions found, then we will never get justice. We will never rise. We will always get the short end of the stick. The real man will never be, the poor man will never be the real man. We will never be one Guyana. We will never transcend the greatness. We will never live up to our true potential. We will always be the eyes of mockery of the world. And that is a problem you all will have. And we will have, and our oil won't last forever. Oil does not last forever. We'll have an oil curse. And you know what? We will look back in shame and disgrace and in pain. Some of you all be counting a lot of big money. Yes, I know that. And probably you don't have no shame. But the majority of Guyanese will live to regret this time in their history, when they could have touched greatness and prosperity, when they could have accessed a better life, when they could have lifted themselves up from where they are, where they could have realized the dream of becoming a great country. But dropped the ball, had others fool them, and made them, or give them a little cash grant, as somebody saying they're toxic, or give them a little cash money, or keep them quiet. There's no substitute. There's no connection between a cash grant and this incident. These are different incidents that will happen and happen from time to time. The issue is not whether you're going to accept or take a cash grant. The issue is whether you're going to reform the systems of transportation publicly in Guyana that demands immediate reforms. That is the issue, not the cash grant. You're talking apples and oranges, two different issues. They're not connected. They're disparate issues. Cash grant has nothing to do with accountability. It has nothing to do with public safety. It has nothing to do with what has to be done. So share and like this, please. Share the like, join my club, give me a like, put it over, spread it around, let people learn from this. Let them be impacted and be educated. And he's talking about whether cargo limits were exceeded with management approval. and whether emergency systems such as bilge alarms were installed and functioned. He also questioned whether port authorities transmitted an emergency distress call after learning of the incident, whether the vessel's passage plan had been properly reviewed. That's another issue. And whether experienced officers should have been assigned to the route. But I was hearing this ship. I'm hearing the ship from the captain had no transponders. It did not even have an anchor. How are you going to carry a ship to sea over 12 miles out into the open sea in the Atlantic and you don't have an anchor or a transponder? Are you out of your mind? How can you take a vessel with over 100 passengers out to sea, into the Atlantic Ocean, into international waters? You shouldn't even take it into a little pool in the back dam, assuming it could fit there. And you don't have an anchor, you don't have life jackets, you don't have transponders, you don't have air traffic navigation, you don't know where you are, you don't have nothing to identify. This is certainly a situation where immediate reforms must be had. Like someone said, it's the audacity of those people. And worse yet, you have another $12 billion ship that the tech taxpayer money and buy. That wasn't bought by anyone's private money. That was bought by taxpayers' money. Our collective money as Guyanese. That was used to acquire that ship. And you don't replace that ship? You don't put it out to sea or to replace the MV Barima? The MV Barima should have long been a national monument, a maritime museum. Put your ships. This was the MV Barima. This is what the colonials gave us. This is what the Scots gave us, the British monarchy. We were slaves and we were indentured servants then, and this is what we are. Over here is what we have become. Since our independence and then the discovery of oil and our momentous united front, one Guyana movement, we now have this militia. And then we have this militia 2. And then we have the militia 3. This is how our money has been spent. This is how we have made Guyana and put Guyana on the map. What do you have to show? I'm not talking about personal assets. I've seen a lot of those things. I've seen a lot of assets being shown, personal assets. We don't wish to see any more of that. But it stinks. It's corruption. We want to see the assets that Guyanese can probably collectively call their own. And those assets are there in Guyana to see, like the bridge, the Demerara Harbor Bridge. Compliment you on that. Berbice Bridge, all these different infrastructure, yes, we're doing good. But we've got to step up with the air, water, and that sea, water and sea, and road transportation, big time. Fitness, seaworthiness, public safety, issues like these. These cannot be swept under the rug. It does not make sense. It has to be done so that our country can have a better lifestyle. And we can have a better standard of living. So share the life. Join my TikTok audience. There'll be other commentaries coming up because this is not going to be something that's going to go away unless you allow it to become a non-issue in your life. Unless you're going to treat these people's over 100 lives of mostly of Native Americans as lives that are not worth to be treasured, lives that are not worth to be talked about. And that is not how the world operates. We must have respect and love and inclusiveness for all Guyanese. That's what Cherry Jagan, the father of the nation, talked us about. That's what he talked about. That's what the founding fathers talked about. That is the legacy we have to live. And you need to understand, take it from me as a lawyer in Guyana and a former magistrate and prosecutor, that I may very well come to Guyana and take up this case, but I want to see the Bar Association, other folks, do something about this case. They have to start this representative lawsuit. They have to gather the evidence. You have to file a notice of claim, like I said, to sue the government of Guyana, which is responsible in a case like this. Nobody personal. It's a collective government. Our government has to be served and have to be sued for a compensation to be made whole. Most times, government will offer money to these folks and get waivers. Do not sign any waivers until your lawyer has read it. Do not accept chicken feed like funeral money and food and clothing, and that's the end of it. No, you're entitled to much more for pain and suffering, for distress, for psychological counseling, for future earnings, for lost earnings, and you might even get punitive and exemplary damages from the attitude and what has happened in this case, of the recklessness and the grievous bodily harm that has been inculcated and made a part of this case. And like many of you have reminded me, yes, we have to bring the vessel up. The vessel has to come up because that is exhibit number 1. The vessel holds all the answers, or 99% of the answers. Any attempt by any high functionary official or anyone to say, well, let's leave it there? No, sir. That is not the right thing to do. That is not a proper thing to do. That in itself may be a criminal offense called obstruction of justice, where you're depriving people of having a quiet burial for their family and stymieing a commission of inquiry setting up. How can they investigate into the true meaning or the true reason why this boat or this ferry sank? And you are ensuring or manipulating the system to keep the shipwreck out of the eyes of the investigators. That is not kosher. That is not legal. And like I said, it may be criminal. So let's stop talking about that. Let's get to the bottom of this. Let's implement the reforms. Let's get going. Let's unite as a country. Let's stop blaming each other. Let's stop trying to score political points. None of you don't vote for me here in America. The people who live in America vote to put me in office, not you. So when I say something, it's to help you. It's not you helping me. Let's get this wrong. I don't get paid for the work I do for my advocacy or for my education or for my help in making others strong. Be grateful there's someone who's put aside the time, free of charge, to educate you and to uplift you, without promise or reward or request for a penny. So I want to thank you now, let you know what time of night it is, and for you to understand, because I've seen some negative comments from some people who can only talk and criticize and accuse others wrongfully, but will never, ever be of any value to society. To those people, you ignore them. You keep the higher ground. You keep looking up. Don't look down. Don't look back. You're looking back at trash. You're looking back at garbage. They have another word for it over here. They call it some very bad words. Do not dwell with ignorance. Do not deal in simple minds. Always look out for your own. If you can do better, do better. If you see people doing better, encourage them. You see like how that Captain Donald, I big him up and I praise him. You must be like that. Let people look up to you. Look up because you hope to be there one day. You hope to be like them. And nothing's wrong with that. But never put them down to those whom you owe the simple decency to say thank you. And with that, I say thank you. And I'll be back again probably tomorrow evening. But I want you to spread the word, to join my TikTok group, to give me a like, give me a thumbs up, to go on Facebook, go to Leon Susaran. I give them some short videos. I chose to do a longer video plus what I gave him tonight because this issue cannot be ventilated or discussed in a few minutes. It needs a long time to this today. Alim, I see you asked what time tomorrow. I have the three guys in jail. Come to Guyana. I love all of this. Have a blessed night, Fredericks. Listen, and thank you, sir. Iconic fashion. I am Guyanese at the end of the day. My navel string is buried in Guyana. I owe Guyana my education. My father was not a rich man. My father drove a hire car. But my father gave me the equipment, the knowledge, and the chance to become successful. And I went to Queen's College due to my father's encouragement and my mother. They joined together and produced 4 professional children. They saw the bigger picture. And they always told us that, we don't want people to ill treat you. We don't want you to go through to what we did. We had to follow their encouragement and their advice. And they spend money on our education because education makes you whole. Education gives you the power to fight and to take on bullies, to take on a system like I've done in the United States. I'm the first elected Guyanese over here. Everybody would run from the system. If you think America is a perfect place, think again. Up to now, the U.S. ambassador cannot comment on the Guyana Barima tragedy. And up to now, she can't tell MV Exxon go and lift the boat. They will all go to an invitation on the MV Melissa on the white clothes, fancy soirees and fetes. Yes, we go, yeah, champagne and blah, blah, blah. That's our lifestyle. We're bigger than you. But when it comes to pulling our dead brothers and sisters from the bottom of the ocean with your equipment that you're already making billions from, Exxon, you don't got nothing to say about that. Well, don't bring that crap to me. Don't bring that to me. I live in America. I've seen it all. I've seen how it's played here. I've seen the discrimination and the marginalization. So you hear what I'm saying? Don't bring that crap to me. You tell Exxon to get that boat off the floor. You help the Guyanese people. You help this tragedy and find closure. It is your bounden duty diplomatically with the relationships you share between Guyana and the United States. Don't let's have to tell the State Department what's going on there. Take it from your initiative, and if you have not done so, make sure you tell Exxon to pull that boat up from the floor. Or don't have Mr. Marco Rubio himself telling you to do that. Or the U.S. Army or the Department of State coming to Guyana to do that.
Or the U.S. Army or the Department.
You wouldn't like it. So use your initiative. Tell my Exxon, come and pull up that boat from the floor. That's all you got to do. If they can't do it, tell the Guyana government that they hire somebody to bring it up or take up Mr. Mohammed on his offer. Simple. He's Guyanese and he owes the country too. And if he's doing it, got a waiver. He's not going to ask you for money. The man said he's going to do it. I hold no brief for Mohammed. I don't hold brief for Irfan. I don't hold brief for anybody. The only brief I hold is for the people who live in the largest diaspora and who the poor people of Guyana, of which I was once one of them. To stand up for their rights and make sure nobody don't dig out their eyes. Do you hear me? I don't want to see you guys dig up their eyes or to piss on, or sorry, excuse my language, or to show them the disrespect and the humility or the lack of respect or the denigration that I had to live through when I was trying to become somebody. And now that I've traversed those sacrifices and those terrains, and I have a voice and I have status and the ability to communicate, I am telling you that this disaster will not go down. It will cost governments. It will cost you. It is that big, and it is that cynic, and it is that terrible. It is that shameful. That the way it has been handled and the lack of unity in Guyana, with everybody trying to score points and kick down the other one and make it a political show, and the people are not getting the service, the bodies are not being recovered, the compensation not given to the poor people, only the people with the suit and tie talking, the people with the have the political platforms, the score points. That's not how a nation works. That's not unity. That's grandstanding. What I'm talking here about unity, getting to the bottom of it, building a monument, making accountability, getting compensation, charging people equally, All these are the parameters of justice. These are the different dimensions of justice. This is how democratic societies work. These are the systems in which we function and operate as leaders, community leaders, and district leaders in America. This is what is required of us. Where we argue law at the highest level and the highest levels of court. That is how we operate here. And I'm trying to get that to you, to bring it to you. Guyana got over 500 lawyers. You can't find 5 of them willing to bring this case, bring a representative lawsuit, get the Bar Association involved, and get people to account. Because it's one case here, it's one big case. It might have over 100 plaintiffs, but it's one basic case with a common theory of prosecution and a common theory of tortious liability. And it's one principle of law: acet, facit, nisi mens citria. Sub judice is another concept that if there's other things going on, you shouldn't have 2 cases running at the same time. You shouldn't create a commission to deprive an independent inquiry or a prosecution or a civil lawsuit, to stymie it or to shut down witnesses. All these are issues that have been tossed into the quagmire. And that quagmire has to be addressed by everyone as soon as possible. So, brothers and sisters, I'm going to try to get back to you tomorrow. And I'm going to try to read your questions. I'm going to try to answer them. And I'd like you to share my life. And yes, you can ask me the question, everything. You can go ahead and ask the question. And Harry Bashk, Iconic Fashion, sir, please tell the PPP there can be no commission of inquiry when the MV Barima is still under the... Yes, I agree with you. Michael de Oliveira, I agree with you. There should be no commission of inquiry when the MV Barima is still under the water. Yes. You need an exhibit, not only proof of loss of life or proof of a tragedy, but we need to examine the conditions there that will tell the whole story. Just like you have a murder body, you don't prosecute a murder without the dead body and without the marks of violence or what happened there, Prince George. We have to find out and see them. And this is not about PPP and fraud and PNC. This is about Guyana. This is a collective whole of Guyana. I'm not commenting on whether the PPP, as someone has asked me, is treated in Guyana fair. I am talking about those who are accountable, the Transport and Harbors and the ministers, Edgil and the other minister, that they have to come together and find a way to make these people whole in conjunction with the Guyana government. This is a cabinet decision. Kamal didn't ask if I'm a lawyer. Yes, I'm a lawyer in Guyana. I've been a prosecutor and a magistrate. I've back like since 1982, and I'm still a lawyer in Guyana. Yes. And I've had a lot of Deodat Indar's name. Thank you, Alan Craftsman. I hold no brief for anybody. I'm not here to praise or castigate any minister or prime minister or president. I'm here because the facts demand the law and the ventilation of these issues. That is why I'm commenting on this. This is a national tragedy and a national disgrace. This is something that's putting us in the eyes of the world. This is about the problem that we have had in our history as people who were enslaved and people who were indentured servants. This is a time of liberation of the spirit and of the mind and of the legal acumen that God has given us. This is about our conscience in Guyana. And this is about what we can do to help our fellow man. This is what duty calls us to do. And someone is telling me they're going to start targeting me soon for speaking the facts. Well, I don't know what they're going to target me for. These are facts that are in broad daylight, and it's part of the public record. These are facts going to haunt you, and perhaps you should take this as good advice. Those who want to target me, you could lose the government, you could lose the next election if you don't put these things in place. If you all come together and find a way, then perhaps some other Guyanese, wherever they may come from, should come and run the country. Because if all of you are over there and none of you can come up with solutions and none of you cannot do that, and therefore you should get legal advice and come together. And you just can't blame scapegoats. Okay? You just cannot blame scapegoats. You have to go into the system. You have to be able to shed light on these issues.
Hi.
Hi, Sabi. How are you doing? Are you Guyanese?
I'm from Pakistan.
Oh, Pakistan. We're talking about a Guyanese issue. That's why. And by mistake, we got you in. This is a tragedy
No
that happened
problem.
in Guyana.
No
So
problem.
unfortunately, that was a mistake and we apologize. So
It's okay.
thank you, inshallah. Salaam alaikum. Bye. Yeah, sometimes I'm new to this. All sorts of people jump on, and there are people nevertheless, but I don't think from Pakistan she'd be able to help us. That is the problem here. And there's some nemesis night. You should probably give your name and stop posting nonsense on the some of you don't have anything good to do. Some nemesis night. Some what they call over here scumbag. So you have all sorts of people going to try to come into this conversation. A lot of people are going to try to make themselves important. They have nothing to share. And I don't know if anybody, I'm going to invite somebody who knows about this tragedy, who wants to shed some light, who wants to probably co-host with me just before I go off. Can someone come up and put their names on? Someone who is interested? Mr. Kamaluddin, I see you talking about how much people here finale thief so much. Well, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in this tragedy and how we bring closure and how we bring, things like that into this connection. That is what purpose is. So somebody come up and put their names here. A Guyanese, most likely from Guyana. The Buxton man to join as a guest. I don't know. Would you be able to shed any light on that, Buxton man? Or Moses? I want to bring somebody on and let me hear what you have to say. Somebody with knowledge of this tragedy who wants to ventilate or articulate to bring out some stuff. I don't know, Mark, Ramdas, Kester. Somebody volunteer. Who's it going to be? Put up your name and said, Kitty, I know you all like the live, but I want somebody who can shed some light in this. Come out to watch you. Share the live, everyone. Share the live, everyone. Join my group. I want to have a big group so I can talk about these things. And somebody who can talk about the issue here that's facing the problem. Come out and say, I can shed some light. That's all you have to say in the byline, that you want to shed some light on the Barima tragedy. Mrs. Kamaluddin, as far as you're concerned, no justice was given. So let me try to bring you in. Let me join you as a guest. Follow back. I'm trying to. Somebody who can join as a live, who knows about this incident in Guyana, the MV Barima tragedy. Someone who could shed some light, who has questions. Neville Sital, how do I join you in? Let me see. Mark, viewer, pin, translate. Neville, how can I get you in? I'm trying to bring you in. Let me see. Invitation sent. You have to press request. Neville, you there?
Yeah, Mr. Baldi, why there?
Let me put on the camera. I don't know how I can get you on to join me. But I got to press camera. You can invite Neville Sital. I want you to talk about this problem. Yes, you're on there now, sir.
Yeah, Baldeo, why there? I know you from Better Hope, man. You live in
Oh, you
Pleasant.
do? Okay, I was just telling the people about that. My father was Harry, and I was telling folks how
Yeah,
Harry, gentleman that he is, he
yeah,
educated us and
Baldeo.
gave us an education. So it's nice
Yeah,
to
I
hear
know,
from
I
someone
know.
from Better Hope. You know, there were a lot of fishermen in Better Hope there. I used to go and play cricket at the community center. You remember Outard
Yeah,
India, Sari, all those players, Kasi and so on? I used
yes.
to play with them and so.
Sorry, Dad.
Sari did, yes. He was one of the finest batsmen I ever seen. He should have played for
Yeah,
Guyana.
sorry, Dad.
Yes, I'm trying to
Yeah,
see how I
but
can make this thing equal their let me see. Yeah, so tell me about this
this thing an
Neville.
unfortunate thing, man. This boat mishap, this an unfortunate thing. I was the mechanic on the wharf. I was the
Oh,
chief mechanic for a white man named Mr. Kenneth Shart on that wharf.
oh, I see.
And the boat, right? All the passengers have to go on that boat. And the cargo have to go on that boat.
Uh-huh.
That boat is working there since independence made to Guyana and before.
Yeah, in 1838, even before independence, when we were still
Yeah,
colonialists. What year you born?
yeah. Me born 1960.
Well, that boat was here since 1838. Generations
Yeah,
before.
the boat working there, yeah. I was asked to work on that boat as an engineer, but I refused it. The money too small.
I see. And apparently, got a
Anyway,
lot of. Uh-huh. You could have been charged for
remember
murder
these
today.
people coming from Northwest. These people coming from Northwest. That's the only route.
Uh-huh.
Others than that is by air, or you go through Supernam and you join a speedboat and you go through 99 ton,
Uh-huh.
right?
Uh-huh.
So the people now, if they left on the wharf, they don't get to go on the boat. They now have to spend their nights and day lingering. Sleep out to supply downstairs, fagatees, pave, loaf for little food, lorkrong by Tiger Bay.
My gosh.
So, till the
Uh-huh.
boat come back.
Now how many days
So
after?
you don't good now. You broke now.
Mm-hmm.
Now if 200 passengers going on this boat, 100 gonna pay. And 100 not gonna pay. Now the 100 now, that money now gonna distribute between the team.
Mm-hmm.
That's an accustomed see.
I see.
That's an accustomed see. Now, technically, the government, the PPP government hired too many unskilled, unqualified, untrained, inexperienced personnel. That crushing the system. That is what happened there.
Yes.
They are unskilled. Everybody looking for a dollar more. I am telling you the truth. So nobody got time for check nobody there. No minister not go there. Now how the wharf situate now? You can't check come a passenger there on his boat. Now that them tell you some body and this body and that body. They can't tell nobody board the vessel.
So there's a chance you may not know who died. A large amount
You
of people,
cannot
right?
know that. You cannot know that. It's an unfortunate situation, brother.
Do you think this could
Really
have been
unfortunate
it
situation.
is, it is. And of course we know that it could have been avoided because of and Melissa should have already been on board. Should already have
It
replaced
could
it.
have been avoided. It could have been avoided if you employ qualified, experienced, skillful people. You don't have that. You know, Baldeo, don't feel no way. But if all of you in the diaspora come home back to Guyana in 1 month time, Guyana be a better place the next 2 weeks.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you because you see what you
Yeah.
learn over here. As I was telling some people, you know, make nasty comments when you go live and oh, but this body and that now kind of low life talk. What you learn here, every Guyanese who comes to America learns two things:
Mama.
hard work.
No. You see what the hell is that in here?
Okay, but he showered. He's
Not the care that goes home, man.
They learn two things: hard work. They learn technology, and they are better equipped. So yes, a lot of talents are over here, where you live as a second-class
But
citizen, but where you can do better for your own country.
they will not be coming. They're not coming back home.
They will, yes, a lot of people aren't coming home because there's nothing in place really to encourage them. I've heard a lot of complaints of people. Look, a lot of
Good.
people want me to come, right? And Sandy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You want to come on live with us?
No. Next time.
Oh, okay. All right, tomorrow night. Let me disconnect you. Yes. So brother, Neville, you got to encourage people. You got to give them what I'm work for over here, at least encourage them, make them feel loved, make them feel wanted. You can't grab on everything for yourself. There's so much greed in Guyana amongst the top people there from what I'm hearing. And the problem with that is that it is going to make it very hard for people to make that decision. Because remember, you got to uproot yourself and come and start back. Right?
I'm
Not
only
everybody can
assuming,
do that.
brother, those people. I'm only assuming an issue to you because
I know, you're right. Some
most
got
people.
pension, they forget. Some got a children in school.
I
Some
have
never
6
like the
sisters.
blackout that we got. Some
I
never
have
like
6
the
sisters.
ah
They're in
over here.
America and they're in Holland. They're not coming back to live in Guyana.
I know. It's a pity that the country is like that because you know we should have been doing much better with this oil that we found, and I'm not happy
We
with
have
it.
a trade robbery, man. We have a trade robbery, Guyana, great trade robbery. The main players, them, is the people in high office, the trade sector, the judiciary, the church leaders, and the trade union leaders. You see, the Constitution of Guyana empowers the president. He must not be prosecuted in or out of office. He is immune to prosecution. And he can lend that immunity in the terms of pardon to who he wants. Now, that clause in the law, the president is superior, you inferior, you're low class. Just like me, the president is high class. That is what we have to eradicate. He must be taken to the court of law for picking a green mango by BALDEO poke no tree better mango tree better up there. He must be taken to the court of law. It's not like that. So Guyanese people now they'll find them saying that Irfan is a thief. Irfan is not no thief, boy. I is Irfan neighbor. I grew up with Irfan grandfather.
Mhm.
The law, but Mr. LFS Bornham left in the Constitution,
Mhm.
anointed, bless Irfan Ali and Jagdeo, Ramutar, Sam
Yeah.
Hines,
The law come
Ninja.
back to help them.
Good. Jagdeo was being blessed as Lord Shiva by LFS Bornham. Ramutar, Lord Ganesh. Granger, Lord Jesus Christ. It happened that he rise it. Irfan Ali, Prophet Muhammad, no man touch. Understand this thing. That's the superiority these guys have. These
But
guys
that's
giving
why you
you
got to change the law then.
$47,000 pension a month. Huh?
How much?
$47,000 a month these guys giving the people. And they're taking 2.2 million a month.
Wow.
And the people going for the money.
And what about this insurance? Somebody just asked about the insurance, you know. You got to get insurance in Guyana. You got to get companies to come in. You talk about people coming back home. The government should invite and give concessions and encouragement to companies here. I'm sure they have people and make it mandatory that you have to insure your vessel. All government vessels must be insured and underwritten by proper, like Lloyd's of London or proper marine insurance companies in America, that they have to be insured before you take people at risk or put them on the boat or transport them in
This
air,
is not the
sea,
days. This is
or
not
you
the
can't
days of
work.
Saginator Guyana, boy. This is
Private
not the
and
days
public.
of
I see the government
Saginator
cannot
Guyana,
claim
boy.
exemption. And I hear your point, Neville, what is good at what you're saying there too is that the government being the government can say, oh, we don't need insurance, we the government. That's wrong. Them is the first people supposed to get insurance because they got all the ships and aircrafts and so on, the public transportation and the control under the Ministry of Transport. So therefore, they have to toe the line. They have to get insurance.
Mr. Baldeo, you're practicing Hindu from the time I know you. Your family come from a reputable name and record. And the problem with Guyanese people, brother, the sincerity is not there, brother. That sincerity is not there.
Yes. People are
That's
not truly vested in the country's love, patriotism. Look, we just buried
it's
a
not
girl from
there.
Trinidad. She died for America. She's not even American, but her mom said she died for a country. She loved what she was doing. Can we get Guyanese to think like that, to love their country, to die for it? You didn't gotta die because we didn't got war like what they got over here. But at least
The moral values.
the
The
moral
moral
values,
values
yes.
is not there. It's not there. It's not there, brother. That's the expensive stuff. It's not there.
I see.
Pettiness. You know,
Pettiness, yes. Small-mindedness.
Mr. Carter told President Jack Deo that he has to make a magnanimous gesture to the people of Guyana. And when you look at that, what Mr. Carter was saying, remember Carter counseling him right through and showing him that reform the Constitution. Let the system be more responsive. The man fed up with the man show you that what Guyana is a stalemate country, not do the man say. Then the man tell you, excuse me, you, Barra Jack Deo, need to make a magnanimous gesture to the people of Guyana. What Jimmy Carter tell he there? Jimmy Carter tell he, you, Jack Deo, rise above pettiness.
Yes.
Don't be mean. Don't be selfish. Be kind and generous to the injured and insult. Jack Deo send for more arms in India and arm a vehicle and that thing was spray water and forget and dump the man water side. Now Jai Shankar holla India there now, the foreign affairs, that them not sell arms to nobody country what kill other people. See these banners them?
I hear
see
you.
these
There's
people,
an inconsistency in what they're doing, yeah. Double
Yeah.
standards. So
No,
Neville,
I wrote Jai Shankar.
yes, I hear what you're saying. They have to have leadership, and they have to be able to think. Not because somebody speak out. Like somebody's telling me that I'm speaking out against the government. I'm not speaking out against anybody. I'm speaking
No,
up
you're
for
not
the
speaking
people.
out again.
I'm speaking up for people
You see,
who don't have
that's
a
a
voice.
problem.
Yes, they
The
think that you're an
sincerity, you
enemy.
see, that's a problem. The sincerity is not there because they are deceitful. They are very deceitful kind of people. And that's the poverty, brother. Do you think Jack they will change it? Jack they're the greatest economist in the world. Got the dollar 245 to 1 US, 10 billion US dollar debt. And they can see, they see a bridge and see some broke up road and all about development. And the $5,000, I come enough in your hand. And you get away back enough.
The money has no
Kind.
value. Monopoly money,
No
yeah?
value. No value, brother. We poor, brother. We poor, buddy. Well, thank God you gone. We have a little barrel. I beg a little second-hand clothes, a little new clothes, a little food, a little what? Me got some friend in America beg me for take money from them. I tell nobody, me all right. Me alright, buddy. You man send barrel all for me. Till
So
I'm mad you hate me.
with all this oil what we got now, this country not developed to your mind, you being a member of the working family?
What aisle you have? What aisle, Mr. Bornham bring Abbey aisle? You can make coconut oil for you eat. You bore aisle? Is the white man board the aisle Exxon Mobile?
Yes.
Pirate Columbus?
And they can't pull up
Pirate
the ship?
Island?
Exxon, why can't they
Huh?
pull up the ship? Why can't Exxon them a bore for oil in our country so many miles down? This thing that just at the bottom, far
Huh?
above where the oil there. Why can't they bring up that ship?
Huh? Abbey country? Brother, Pirate Columbus come and pirate this land from the Dutch. The Dutch pirate the land from the French. The French pirate the land from the owner in South. And the British now give LFS Bornham a piece of paper you call Instrument of Independence.
Mm-hmm.
And every time they'll see any soldier, Maduro for Waka and Coco, eat a ring bang, maybe not there. Jack they got find money for go world court and pay white man again.
Mm-hmm.
Now no custom see. Pay the white man steady for tell you the land of you land. All land of me man. Barata we house by India we house. There we came from. We are traveler, Musafir. And who can see the way? I want to own this land. This mother here belongs to no man. This mother will swallow us when the time is right.
That's true. So let me
let them
ask
fight
you,
for land.
why Exxon would not bring up the ship?
Exxon Mobil,
Uh-huh.
bring up with ship.
The MV Barima from the ocean bed. The complete investigation, the burial, and so on.
You see, the matter there is an unfortunate matter, you know, as like we said before. I'm bringing up the ship. You're going to add, is like fire water, gasoline to more fire. Remember, this is a racial polarized country. Arjadine fighting to get a position. The PNC gonna link with Arjadine, APNU. And there's a whole set of confusion taking place. Why Exxon invite them for lift the ship?
Then they did that.
BALDEO?
No, they were silent. Yeah,
Well,
why don't they offer at least to bring closure? I know wait too long, and like you're saying, I bring up a lot of old memories. Have all the memories lifted up one time, one burial, one mourning. You know, bring closure. Bring an
no,
end to it all.
there is no closure into that matter.
Hmm.
And you must accept this, you're Hindu. Almighty God made no mistake. They have to come to their realization and don't allow politicians to tile them around. I will tell you this. These 20 children that born in Maja here, me and the girl that wouldn't sell light up the fire, we two are the only people prosecuted and taken to the court of law. And my prosecution is because of my behavior towards the authorities. I pay $20,000 fine and I come away. One friend from America named Brenda Casey tell me, Civic, you don't worry, I pay that fine for you. Nobody not tell me nothing. Every top spin on its own bottom, brother. There will be a time when each and every single family there will left alone by themselves. Now let me go back to the 20th Magia. They born, they die. One of those children used to be coming home by my home here. I live in a camp in Magia here. That child used to be coming here with my granddaughter. And the government bury them and the government do whatever they plan to do and give them $5 million each. for their child. And they sign to it. And as they bury their child, they feel dissatisfied and they hear counseling from the opposition and other people. And they decide to go to court back. And they go back to court. And the Chief Justice said to them, told Nandalal, the AG, that the signature, what they signed for the 5 million, just doesn't mean nothing. Now the matter will go back on trial. Now when that judge will sit to try this matter now, tell them now, whenever the matter done, if a 2 year, 3 year, 10 year, 15 year, because 32, greater than 33, Vala, Lawrence Mingo, and Myers, the case not done yet. So I know who my year this one will take.
Well, you
Now,
know,
when
you
the
also have
sitting
used the same
judge-
argument too. The
Yeah,
same
when the
argument
sitting
when we
judge-
signed a contract for 2%.
Yeah, when the sitting judge explain to them now and tell them that the Chief Justice err in law, that the signature valid, what them going to know? Remember I told you earlier, the people in high office, the trade sector, the judiciary, all in the trade robbery. When the sitting judge got tell them now, the parent, imagine here now that the Chief Justice erred by law. The signature that you sign and collect the 5 million, valid. What them going to know?
It's called res judicata. The matter is over.
That's why I tell you, in Guyana, there is no justification for criminal violence in a democratic society. Just as well, there is no justification for political violence. That's political violence that both are saying there from both governments.
So let me ask you this, Neville. You're in Madia right now?
Yes, sir. I live in
Well,
Madia.
look at that. I connect you from Queens, New York, all the way to Madia. Look how great the world done, eh? I used to go to
Yeah,
Madia,
yeah,
you know,
yeah.
to hold court. They used to fly me with a small plane. 1983.
Where
With a
is
man
Kevin?
named George Gransalt. You ever heard the name? George Gransalt? He was a famous pilot, a white pilot. George Gransalt.
No.
Anyway, he never used to fly with instruments. He could have fly an aircraft in the back of his hand. And we nearly crashed in Purupung. We were coming back home from Monkey Mountain. Over
Oh, I
Barima.
see.
And the aircraft nearly died. I'm lucky to be alive today. Because the week after that, Neville, the aircraft fell out of the sky and he died. They couldn't find him. And another captain, another young pilot named Emil Khan, he died soon after.
Oh, God.
That is the kind of, yes. So look at now we can
Experience,
actually talk experience, eh? Yes, the same little boy from Better Hope. I rose to be a magistrate and a prosecutor, thanks to my parents, and I could have died then. Thank God he gave me a life to live, to help people, you know?
Yeah,
I always find the hard cases. I've had cases where people come in backtracking with all kind of documents. You try to help them, and next thing you know, they want to lock you up as a lawyer. Because you are married to those cases now. Those cases come under your signature that you're filing this client representing that they'll be good citizens. And when I pull up the records, they steal this, they do that, they do wrong, they had criminal offenses, the lawyers can get into problem. So sometimes I've represented people that used me and so on too. But they never stopped fighting for people.
Guys, that is the work, man. That is the work. You have to continue. You can't let them keep you back.
They always look for a scapegoat, eh? They will come to you and talk nice to you and sell you down the river.
Yeah, I am a mechanic and I do fuel pump and injectors, diesel.
Oh, so you're the good man up there.
Yeah, and I got millions outstanding, man. But man, this okay, people come class their hands to you, man. You gotta help them. You gotta help them, buddy. I do a lot of work in Better Hope with Chalu and all, I kill and all and truck that used to repair, man. Yeah.
Wow.
I know a lot of people up there. I know permanent suku. You know permanent suku?
Yes, yes. Oh yeah, JP.
JP, permanent is my friend.
Oh, he's a good man. He's a better stalwart. He always just come over
Yeah,
here.
permanent, goodbye. But what happened with permanent now? You see, permanent is a helpful person, but a lot of people is going to lies to permanent. I experienced that with a guy. He carry lies to permanent.
They're looking for a scapegoat.
Yeah. I used to be living at Pleasance,
Oh, so come you know my
Prince
family.
William, Prince William Street next to Magic.
Oh, Prince William Street. Yes.
Yeah.
We moved up after the civil rights in 1963. I went to live in Riceless near the Bed Hope deal. Because it was civil unrest, you know?
Yeah, but I still got a place about to up there.
Yeah, it got to be redone, man. It got to be redone, you know? I spent all my life, my best years fighting politics in America here. I had to use my own money and so on too. You know, people not give you and encourage you over here. You got to use your own funds to help them out. I don't need representation. They need. But they take it hard and then they will turn and wash them out on you. That's how Guyanese people are. It's terrible. That's the mentality of people.
That's what I tell you earlier. The sincerity is not there. You know, you gonna song name Nahi chahiye hire moti dhan daulat ki sham.
Yes.
Good. The people want teaching body, the greed, the illiteracy, the racial beliefs,
Yes.
you know, and practices too.
Yes, yes. The
You know,
country
and when you
needs
got
what is called a renaissance. Guyana needs a belief in itself, a belief in everybody, the coming together of the six races, the forgiveness of this whole problems that they had in the past, and regenerate themselves as Guyanese only, not as former this and former that, or race or religion or what. The
Washington
country-
don't want no brother. Washington don't want no brother. Washington want the resource on the land, the natural resource.
Yeah, V. Lloyd Baldeo is my brother. You remember Lloyd? Somebody asked if I know Lloyd. Yeah, Lloyd is my cousin. He's over here in
Lloyd.
America now. He's not so well. Yeah. Somebody
And,
asked me.
And the human resource, what they want, they can have whatever they want. The people apply strategy, intelligence. They saw that you in Guyana don't have unity, so they will invade you.
Well, it's a called thing divide and rule that the colonialists always use
Right.
against Guyana.
Yeah,
Since the days of Cherry and boredom and right through, you know?
yeah,
Divide
but
and rule.
that's stuck in the people. This next by Australian come in. And look how many of them, the white man build the PPP, man, Janet build the PPP, not Jagan and Bornham build PPP. It's mad, Blue Eye Bougie builder. And the American CIA and the British MI1 build the PNC and the United Force for fight Jagan, PPP. So the three party, the white man won the three party in this country. You don't want no more party. You don't see Balram Singh, right? Where the book now against the grain. Don't make nice. Balram Singh, right? This next one, what he name Rodney. This next one, what he name Sharma, he get flop. Ravi Dave. All of them, you come there, coin party, now win there. Nah, Washington don't want them. Washington want the PPP, the PNC, and United Force. AFC to flop. All them, the Washington don't want them, man.
I see. They don't want the people to unite.
No, they want the PPP, which is a cooling black party. They want the PNC, which is a black man party. And they want the United Force, what they can use as a tool for go up on any side. Right? Because the United Force been with Mr. Burnham, and they do the both of them combine and get 18 seats. And Chedi get 18 seats alone. And they push Chedi out. The white man said push you out, and they push Chedi out.
Yes, which they regretted later on.
Good.
That was
So-
the JFK.
You see this one here? I see this book here?
Oh, that's a great
Against
book,
the
yes.
Grain.
Man,
You read
you're a
this book?
well-learned man. That book, great. You got them books there, man.
You read this book?
Yes, but I gotta read it more thoroughly, you know?
Well, the
As
amount
I'm
of
not-
people want to read this book.
How you
I'm
find the
fear
book? Is it by
this book
Betoram
here,
Rambarak? Is it written by Betoram Rambarak?
Beto Ramrak. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
I know.
yeah,
Yeah, he's a good man.
yeah.
He's a
This book
professor
here,
over here.
this book here, um, Irfan. Remember me live from Lenora, but Irfan front neighbor gave me this book because I went home a day and you see me and I go upstairs and then I go in the library and I see this book. And he
Uh-huh.
asked me, he said, Nev, you want that book? I said, yeah, I want this book. He said, take it.
Wow.
So I get the book, but I lend a friend a box in this book, and about 8 more of them borrow it. So I went last week and collect it back.
Before you go into Madia.
Yeah. And so as going box time, I welcome in the village, man. I had, you see, Baleo, you really know me. I is the man, Baleo, I is the
Uh-huh.
man that the PPPC government with Sheikh Baksh and a guy named Sudial, they had wanted to sex my wife for house lot.
Wow.
And when I take the matter to them, they chase me and insult me and doubt me. And then I go to Shuri in Freedom House because I know the run-ins in Freedom House. And Shuri chase me and tell me, doubt me. And I come away. I never expect, well, that, you know, they would treat me with the behavior. And then some African people go from Pleasant, squat in Ogle. Remember, I were living there. And they came now and break up all these people home. So now meaning civic, you know.
Oh,
You
okay.
know Mr. Bombry from Pleasance?
Uh-huh.
Well, Mr. Bombry gave me the name Civic
Oh, I see.
because he asked me in 1992, mechanic, who you support? I say support Cherry. He said, well, this man is a Civic. And the name left for me.
Mm-hmm.
So now they come and break up all these people's house and they ask me, now, well, Civic, Sharma come with the camera and Sharma asked me, well, Civic, what you guys say here now? I said, this is race against African people. When they're in a slave on this plantation, over, they should get a piece of this land too.
Yes.
And the next night, they come with 15 to 20 African guys, 3:45, and break up my doors and violence my family. Break up everything in my house and dump me on the street.
Wow.
Yeah. Going
Terrible.
to Barbies, not too long after the incident. Now let me tell you this piece. After they break my home, me and my wife and me 2 children take we mattress and go and block Jackdale Gate. You know what Jackdale told me? Well, Vic Pura related to us. After the police came, Vic came and tell Larry Lewis that listen to me. These people are my relative. And you see what they do with the man and the family? They made the people destitute. Right?
Uh-huh.
Don't lock up this man and the family. Larry shake me hand and tell me, by where you come from, by. I said, Port Moran. Larry said, you's a jagan. And Larry said, all right, don't lock up this man. Larry push out in pocket, take out some money, give the sergeant, tell the sergeant anything this man buy and give him. Tomorrow morning, prepare the jacket, he and his wife going to court. Puran gonna deal with it. And they carry to court and Mrs. Juliet Allen Hola, she dismissed and threw away the case because she told the prosecution that I saw this gentleman and his wife was sitting peacefully at the president gate. And I also saw that when the police assaulted the man and his wife, I don't have time for this case. Dismiss this case.
Mm-hmm.
And they sent me away. Now from then on, they always victimize me. But it's a great experience.
Yes, I see. That's democracy in action.
Good.
So
Democracy.
listen, I have to get now to it's almost past 11. I hope to join you again tomorrow evening or whenever you can put me on the live to to join so we
If I
can
have,
continue to discuss issues in Guyana.
yeah, brother. Guyana, beautiful place, man, but the people have need top
Whenever we're done,
education.
it's our neighbor Stringberry there. We always gonna love Guyana.
They want top education and it's not there.
Yes. And
It's not there.
I'm hoping
We
people
have a
share
lot
the
of
live.
money.
What happened? I'm trying to develop a platform because these are issues that affect Guyanese here in Guyana, in Guyana, US, diaspora all over, you know? That's how we got to connect up and shed. Like you talked, a very good thing that we must all come together as Guyanese and see how best we can help. We may not be able to physically come there or permanently come there, but at least we can come and do work and get stuff done. You know, the whole world's interconnected. Look, me and you can talk. You're in Madia. I'm in Queens, New York. Look at that. That can never be thought. I'm seeing your face so clear, brother. Look how great
Yeah,
technology is, eh?
just talk to
Oh
me
my
friend in
God.
America steady, man. Just talk to me sister all in Holland.
No, I mean you in Madia, right? And
Yeah,
there's some places in America that don't have Wi-Fi, and I can connect up to you. This is something great,
yeah.
you know?
Digital.
Did yourself because Madia is not down here. That far. I've been there. I used to go in with plane to hold court as a magistrate.
Yeah,
So I
magically a
know.
furry, but
So that's what I tell everybody who join me to share the live and make sure they come in so we can get a bigger audience, you know, share the live and join the group. So that way you can have thousands of
yeah.
listeners when we come on to talk and bring on you, bring on folks, bring on people and so on. You know? So all right,
Baldeo,
my brother, I'm gonna try
one of the problem Guyanese people has too, right?
Yeah.
That they need to add up a good listener. Let's be a good learner. They're not for that.
I see. They
They're
gotta
not
learn
for
to
that,
listen.
man.
They have to learn to listen.
No.
They just talk too
Stubborn
much
people.
sometimes. Yeah, I noticed that.
Stubborn people. They're stubborn people.
And people can use them easily. They can go and ask them for the short of the bag, they take them and game right away.
They're custom see.
Yeah, but not everybody's your friend that
Mobile.
come to Guyana. Some people only know Guyanese because they got money there now. Some people used to call us mudlanders. Some people used to stop us from going to the Caribbean. Some people used to, insult us. Some people used to tell us when I came to America, they said, you from Jonestown. Guyanese killed. We said, no, Guyanese are kill nobody there. That's an American affair. So I always wanted to see the day when Guyana will rise and be prosperous so people can then look at us with dignity and pride and not insult us for who we came from.
I'm so sorry for all the families and the mess up there. But you ain't got no winner in it.
No, it's a national tragedy. There's no winner. And anybody trying to make a winner and anybody trying to cover it down and everybody trying to put the blame on somebody else, it's all going to backfire. Like I clearly said in my interview, you could lose the elections if you don't handle this thing properly. If you don't show you care, if you keep backing up excuse, you're stopping people from pull up the Barima, you're hiding from this, you're hiding from that. No. It's like you said, it's a tragedy. Let's accept it for what it was, but do not hide the facts. Do not hide the commissions of inquiry. Do not charge people like you're crazy. Do not make scapegoats. Handle this thing with leadership and with unity.
Okay, Baldeo, you take care.
All right, take care, my brother.
All
God
the best.
bless
Good
you, man.
talking
I'm
to you.
glad to hear from you again. We're gonna talk
You
again
too. Good
soon.
talking to you.
You too. All right then.
Yeah,
Good.
brother.
God bless. Bye bye.
Yeah, you too.
Good. So there you have it, brothers and sisters. I'm gonna be closing off very soon. I learned a lot from this interview. I learned a lot from your voices, from your concerns. I also learned from those who have very foolish comments to make, nothing relevant to the conversation. Please don't join this broadcast if you have nothing good to say. But those who can do that, let's see. Now, I want somebody else to come on. Is there anybody else? We just had Brother Neville. He was very helpful in that. But anybody who know about the tragedy, want to shed any word on the issues there, the legal issues going forward, how we operate this, just indicate. Let me see Anina. She said one the best life in a while. I want to ask her what she mean about that, baby. Hi, Kitty. How are you? Or Lovey? I'm so hurting. Bad drink. Yeah, everybody's hurting over this. Justice is there. Yes. How can we join? Let me see if I tap it and follow back. Hmm. So share the live, share the live to everyone and join. And share the live. In the meantime, I'm coming back for 1 minute. Share the live and join. Let's grow this audience. Let's grow the audience so we can have a better platform. Share the live on issues. I'll be back in 1 minute. Hello, folks. I'm back. So we're talking about that now. It's very pleased to have certain guests on. I'm looking for someone who wants to come and join me in this and talk about this. I don't know. It has to be on the Guyana issues. Just indicate in the byline in the box that you want to talk as on an issue about the Guyana put the box up where guests can stop in. I see. Okay. So I don't see the box. Justice, I'm trying to put the box up. But if there's anybody else who wants to contribute to this talk about Guyana's issues, let me try the champ. Champ, you there?
Yes, sir. How you doing?
Okay, how you doing? I thought I'd invite you in. I don't know, it's a wild card, but it's about the issues of Guyana. What you think about that?
Man, to be frank, right, and to be straight up, right, Guyana politics is a little kind of, it's so erratic because at times, right, you can feel
Yes.
that they're doing the best, and at times you feel that they're in such misery in terms of complication, simple things they're making complicated. And this is the thing where it doesn't sit well with me personally, you know. And I feel, these people are elected to office. They need to listen to the people who elect them. There are little things like, take for instance, like this mishap that happened a week ago, right? With investigation, with getting to the place, with finding bodies and things. Okay, the whole world is throwing their 2 cents and bits and pieces on this, right? But if the opposition, right, at this point in time, just do not think about politics. The guy come aboard and say, look, man, I will do X, Y, and Z, right? Why not give him a chance? On his own expense.
Yes.
What do you think?
I agree with you. And what I would do is to have him sign that he's not going to use it for any kind of advertising, nor would he ask for any money. He's doing it of his own free will, and he's doing it as a Guyanese patriot, and have him do it. But I would have asked, before I ask him, I would ask the people who make in Guyana the money, the Exxon Guyana people. I would ask them.
Well, they take it. They are the ones who reaping the.
Yes, I would tell him what Barima would have told them. Call him in and said, here, what happened? You guys are getting 98% of this profit, some $1 billion. This is a bank account, and you're in our country. This is not, Guyana is not part of America. Guyana is a sovereign country and territorial integrity. Barnum had a way of speaking the Queen's English to them, and you need to let them understand that, And I would hate to nationalize you, but you need to come forward. And if you're getting billions, then pull my boat, pull my ship off the river.
But the contract they had signed when a few years ago, when they did the discovery, right? Is that still in action, or they renewed?
Yeah, everybody's backed away from it. They've all said, no, we can't trouble with it. Everybody promised before they go into office that they're going to rewrite the contract. They're going to review it. They're going to have in all conscience rewrite it, which can be done. There's nothing cast in stone. But yet when people get in there, they back away from it. I don't know what is the reason for that. I have my suspicions. I don't want to give my mouth liberty. But how can you tell the people when I go into power, I'm going to rewrite these contracts fairly for the Guyanese people to get more than this, what you call it, kush that you're giving me.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden, you say, well, buy the thing already done on the dang stone and them other people before me and them with the cars. I don't understand that.
But do you think behind closed door they have sort of negotiated differently?
What you mean, for somebody to benefit?
No. I mean the whole leadership team, right? And Exxon, right? They have come together and say, you know what? Hey, we're gonna have this negotiation, right? Let's do a hush hush thing. You know, you think that that's a possibility is there?
No, because whosoever do that will come out and said we've just won a victory. You know, how politicians are, they like to tout their victories. We have gotten Exxon to give us 2% more, 10% more. We brought them to the table, and it's a victory for the Guyanese people. If you're talking about a quiet bribe somewhere, then I can't shed light on that, but I wouldn't rule it out.
Man, do you think, right?
Like I heard that there was some MP there very disappointed in this guy. I knew his father, he's a lawyer, and somebody paid for his wedding from what I was told. And you know, he sell out the interest of the Guyanese people. Such a person should be publicly flogged in Guyana, or tarred publicly. You can't sell out the interests of the people because you're getting something under the table. That is not right. And you taking fried rice for bribe. I mean, this is disgraceful. You know.
It's the whole thing is in Guyana is this opportunist thing, all right? Whosoever have the opportunity of doing slandering, doing whatever, they do it, and that's it. They go, and it's all about is being you're in a position and you want to help X, Y, and Z. But the whole question is, right? Corruption cannot stop in Guyana. It can be whoever rules there. It will never. I don't think they have a plan of action to stop corruption, right? Maybe they can put a little slack on the nose of it, right? But they can't stop it. Like in any other country in comparison, right? There is corruption, but you know, in New York there is corruption, but we can't see it, you know, because it's done in such a way, right? But in Guyana, this third world country, you have people who have power, and they are using it in a way, right, in an abusive manner, just because it's a get rich quick thing. Like for instance, you know, I'm not saying okay, hey, people, they always there is like simple things I have said years ago, right? When a political team win a general election, right? You start with a sort of audit. You have this guy, John Doe, right? 1972. You have $50 in your account. You'll be making as a minister X amount of dollars, right? You have the option of having loans and stuff like that. But what's your collateral, right? Simple economics, right? And not when we watch down the line 3 years down, right? This guy is like one of the emperors, you know?
Yeah, see, there's a lot of news about that, and that is a problem. Yeah.
But the thing is, right, from the top to the bottom, right? Who is the kind of watchman for them? Well, who see and can do something, or nobody can do anything.
Well, let's put it this way. For what I was told, and I don't know if this is true, but in Alibaba's land, right? In Alibaba's land, there was nobody who pointed out anybody else.
Well said. You know, Mr. Baldeo, I said I'm gonna run through. I was supposed to talk to you quite some time ago, right? And this thing bothered me every time, right? Okay. Baisley Park, right? Baisley Pond Park. When you do an application to have a permit at Baisley Pond Park, and you put, say you're going to have a little picnic or what, and you're going to be using a generator, right? They do not approve your permit.
Right.
The reason behind that is, okay,
Baisley Pond, I think we have to go to the board. There's a board there. I'm going to talk to them. They usually give permits and so on there, though.
no. Here, because I have permit three times in a row, right? And the point is, right, when you put in generator, they decline you. Okay, so now if you want to have an amplified sound for your event, when you go to the precinct, right, they ask you for your permit. When you show them the permit, they said, hey, um, you don't have a permit here for amplified sound, so we can't issue it. But when you go to the park and you see XYZ whatever, right, is everybody blasting music, and so what is going on really, man?
Yeah, that's a double standard. Would you be there Saturday? There's a city councilman will be in Liberty Avenue between 3 and 6.
Between 3 and 6 Saturday,
Right
Saturday.
at Lefferts and Liberty on Saturday. I will be there. Must come by and I'll take you to him and see if we can sort it out. You'll be
That's
right on spot. Ty Henkerson.
That sounds like a plan. I think I'll do that. I'll see you
Yeah,
there.
once you know these people, they cut out a lot of bureaucracy, a lot of double standards, a lot of foolishness. You know what I mean? Bureaucracy. So we can get that done.
That sounds like a plan.
So
Yeah.
Saturday, if you can come down, I'll meet me there between 3 and 6.
Okay, great.
But come to me when you see me in that area, right by Lefferts and Liberty.
Yeah,
I see a lady here, so you can stay on the line whilst we ask this person, Funny Douglas.
Okay.
I have a feeling. Are you hearing me, Funny Douglas? Funny Douglas, microphone, camera. I don't know what's going on. You can invite, turn on. Funny Douglas, you can turn on your camera again in a few seconds. You there?
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, I think she's on.
She's on?
Hi, Funny Douglas.
I think our microphone is off and our camera is off. I have a feeling I know this person here. She's been very helpful to me in the past. But I wanted to hear her views because she's a very smart person on this tragedy. I'm just seeing a cup now.
What is wrong with her there,
Oh, she came off. She's on mute. Yeah, so what do you think about this tragedy and so forth? I think that
It's for the forest, right? I have labeled some things on Facebook there where I'm very brash in terms of my comments, right? Is holding up these guys who are captain and the assistant 3 person, right? Charging them for murder, right? Is just
somebody said the AG said that they want a strong opposition leader and now he can't handle it. Well, I don't think it's a lead as such. It's an incident that happened, but at the same time, there must be transparency too. You know? Yeah, there have to be transparency.
right.
And,
Yeah.
there have to be accountability, you know? You're hearing me, right?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Excuse me, I just went to the thing there. Yeah.
So that's why I believe that that is something that should be done.
from the get go, when this incident happened in Guyana, right? And the message was related to the airport. I think I asked myself the question: was the airport the only entity that could have taken a distress signal?
Yes.
Because there are various places where they could take a distress signal to say, hey, at place they have a disaster, right? Because time was of the essence, right? And a few people who survive and say that they were holding on to bits and pieces for 7-8 hours, right? Who survived? Like for instance,
Gosh. That's
that
like the Titanic, huh?
yeah,
Yeah.
for
God
instance, that
bless those
girl.
people. And some people holding on and they had to let go. Man, it is shocking. It is horrible.
I don't know if you read about the girl who says that
Yes.
this guy who drunk, right, gave her a piece of something for her baby. She had 2
Yes.
kids, and she survived with her 2 kids. That's something, a miracle, you know.
Yeah.
But the question is,
Terrible.
I didn't think the government react in a very prompt manner, you know. I don't think so.
The ship didn't have an anchor. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How you can go out to the deep sea like that? The oceans now. You talk about the Atlantic Ocean, deep out 12 miles. And you don't even have an anchor, transponder, or equipment. And that is why there have to be regulations. Everyone on, please share the like and join my group so we can have future discussions on this pressing issue. This is Albert Baldeo, community leader and advocate here. And I'd like all of you all to keep abreast of these issues. I've talked about several issues that have to be done. One is that the Barima must be lifted out of the water to preserve its evidence and also to preserve the event in a national museum. That is part of our history, whether we like it or not. We have to bring it out. We also have to look at these charges, whether it be these are like charged and scapegoats.
Yeah,
And I talked about the captain, Andrew Donald, who came back and said he was captain for 12 years. And that was a maritime coffin, something waiting to happen. And why we didn't put that ship out, the Melissa,
right,
which was bought for $12 million
$12
from
million,
India.
yeah.
Why was people like dancing in their fancy clothes and their soiree and so on?
Well, this
And
is
he
the way
couldn't put
how
that in. I mean, this is a grave indictment against, the
one
ministries involved and so on.
about 3 days ago, this gentleman who is a ex captain, right? He wrote about a 450 word lengthy comment in terms of what he went through to obtain his master class license.
Oh yes, that's the same captain I'm talking about, Andrew.
No, he's an Indian. He's an Indian guy.
Yeah, he came out and talked. I mean, I gotta admire this guy, Donald.
Yes, I read his
Andrew
comment.
Donald. Andrew
Yes.
Donald.
Excellent.
He's a hero. They should give him an award. This is the guy
Yes.
here.
Excellent.
Andrew
Yes.
Donald. See
Yes.
this guy.
Yes. That's the
12
guy.
years
Right.
he was captain. And he
Perfect.
told them about this thing, that this thing's gonna sink or this thing's gonna
Yes.
come into problems. Nobody bothered with him.
He
All
was
he did was to try to fire him.
yeah, and he was victimized several times. You know.
Yes.
Yeah. So these are the issues that I don't know. They swept it under the rug or they let it go just because the guy leave the job and okay, everything is done here.
Yes. I think Funny Douglas is on now. You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, hi. How are you? I don't know if you should disclose your
evening
name,
to
but I know who you
everyone.
are.
Thank you for joining me. I'm already tucked in bed. If not, I would go on live. But you guys have a good discussion going so far, so I'm listening to what you all have to say.
Well, let us hear your contribution before you fall asleep. Should I disclose your name or should I just refer to you as Funny Douglas?
Oh, you can disclose my name and I'm fine.
Oh, okay. Anik Prasad. Or Onik. Very unusual. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we are friends on Facebook.
Facebook. Yeah, she's a very brilliant person and she's also helped me a lot in my campaign, to get
Okay, okay.
empowerment here and so on. She always like would reach out and she would always deliver when I ask her to do things and so on. And she very much loves Guyana, you know. I'm so sorry our mutual friend Don died. We
Yeah,
shared
I'm
mutual
sorry
friends
about
and
that
acquaintances
too.
in Guyana, and
He's
you were since from Guyana, you know, in illegal circles, yeah.
yeah,
And my
he's
deepest sympathy.
thank you so much.
Well,
Yeah,
So it
I'm
looks
deepest
like you
friend.
guys have some
Yeah, Nick, we were trying to make
determination in
sense out of
regards
this.
to
What?
bringing up the vessel, huh?
Yeah, what are your thoughts on this?
I think it's important for evidence to get it up, but from the details that the French has given us so far is that they've gone down there like approximately 15 times, and the vessel, allegedly, the vessel is not intact to be able to pull up in one piece. Plus, it's very deep.
I see.
That's in their reports.
Yes, that's what they said. But you know, I have researched that area, and there have been much more sunken vessels, and with time, sometimes a long time passes, but I do bring it up. But I recognize the urgency because you talked about evidence, which is very important since all these lawsuits and criminal proceedings are being done, and that would be the most important exhibit in the case.
Exactly.
Yes, I share a view that should make an effort, and they should also ask
but
Exxon to bring
Mr.
up the thing.
Baldeo.
Exxon, if they can go down so deep for oil,
But
way below
before
that, then that should help us bring up that ship.
this whole handpicked or invitees for this investigation that's going on currently, right?
Uh-huh.
Before this started, shouldn't they have gotten the or tried to get this vessel up so they can have some sort of say evidence or something
Well, you
of
can
the
do it
sort?
simultaneously. They try to accommodate urgency, which I understand, choosing these 5 people. But I want to say this. You know that commission of inquiry, when I heard of it, we already know what happened. We already know as Guyanese, and the best witnesses on these 5 people are those same experienced people who use this boat, the people like the captain I'm going to tell you about. He knows more than all those 5 people put together, those commissioners.
I second you on that. You know,
Yeah, you got people that know the boat in like the back of the hand. Those are more important people to converse with and find reforms. I don't know what these 5 people are going to talk about to exclude this evidence. And oh, you can't bring that up. Oh, that's excluded by law. And this law says that. I know how lawyers operate because I'm one myself. They do a lot of BS around the courtroom, and I don't think much will come out of them. They probably them don't even know where was the MV Barima. They never went there. They don't know nothing. They come there with a suit and a tie and they sit down and take evidence.
it's
But that's
bureaucracy.
something totally different. You know, that's not gonna be the end all and be all. You need immediate
You need
investigations.
you need people who have look, man. I have coined a phrase over the years, right? I have walked the minefield. Just follow my footprints, right? All these people who they have selected or invited for this whole investigative thing, right? I don't think that's the right way of going about. Get experienced people like this young man here, right?
The captain who was there 12
Yes.
years as captain.
Good.
The man who went out there, I forgot his name of his Ganesh or something like that. The man who went with a boat and saved all those people. These are the experts you need to sit in a commission to say what happened, what they saw, what they observed. The captain of 12 years, the people who survived,
You
the
getting
passengers.
someone coming from
You understand, Onik?
Yeah, you getting someone coming from you hell knows, right? And then they're gonna throw in their 2 cents about
Man, I
bureaucracy.
don't need any lawyer in a suit and a tie that live in another country to come to my country and tell me what happened in my disaster.
You tell me, right?
You
Yeah.
understand? This happened in my backyard. I take responsibility. I take
Exactly.
ownership. You understand? There's nothing you can tell me to implement this and implement that I don't already know from this tragedy. I know there must be a complete overhaul and there must be accountability in the future going down with certification, licenses, equipment, and all these other things. What you going to come and tell me? I got to put you up at the Pegasus and I got to put you up here.
Oh,
And I
right.
got to
Yeah.
give you paper and I got to give you computers and I
And
got to
try
put you
for
in the
the
news
people,
and you got these five
yeah.
people coming and milk me so much $1 million over this 2 months or whatever they're going to be here. And at the end of the day, there's nothing new. You can tell me what happened in my country. What I can
Absolutely.
tell you
You know?
is that I want the captain who drove this boat. I want the passengers who traveled. I want the offshore men. I want the transponders. I want the GDF. I want the marine engineers. I want the people who went to sea. I want the people from the Amerindian community who knew about this boat. I want this man, Andrew Donald, who was there 12 years at the TNHD. I want the minister to tell me what went on. I want the other minister to come up and tell me what went on. I want you to tell me who sent instructions, give me the log to overload this boat and to bring stuff like that. That is what I want to hear. I don't want no judge in Belize and another judge from Trinidad and another expert. Like this French expert just said, you
Yeah,
can't go
yeah.
there. People on this same thing and tell me the boat ain't gone that far. If Azurine say he can bring up the boat,
That's
then the
it.
Azurine bring up the boat. But that is sign that he's not doing it for politics and he don't want money.
Right. No, no.
And the guy ain't just like us.
I'm sure,
Let him
man.
bring
He's
it up
not.
if you can. But if you don't want politics to get involved here, then spend your money. You have oil money. You got reserves. You got a treasury. You got Exxon giving you 2%. Tell Exxon, you gonna got to bring up this boat because you're going down further for my oil and you are getting 98% and you are getting billions. And all I'm asking you is to help in this tragedy. Like the American ambassador, she has come out and said nothing, absolutely nothing on this issue.
Oh boy,
She always flying she mouth on guys.
that's a surprise. Oh yes,
So,
yes.
you know,
yes.
flying him out that, oh, America, a great country that we are, will help here under your great
It-
president and so on. Come and talk now.
It's a surprise that they didn't partner with the U.S. for help in terms of deep water finding and things like that. You know.
Exactly, because we have those equipment here, and you can
Oh,
either go
sure,
to the
sure.
ambassador,
Yeah, come
or
on,
you
man.
can call the Secretary of State, or you can call the Minister of Transportation under President Trump.
Yeah.
And America will be glad to say, you know, in relation to our great relationship with Guyana, where we can land our planes there and our warships, and we can land in Guyana and treat her as an ally, we will now help.
Mr. Cruz went there, right? He shook hand with all the heads of ministers and whoever, right? One phone
Yes.
call by the PM or the president, and they can materialize things.
You mean the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio?
Yes.
Yeah. Mr.
come on.
Rubio can bring on the equipment and bring on the troops, and America has
man,
always
come
sent
on.
armies. Look, we just buried a soldier here, a Trinidadian woman who helped this country and died for this country.
Oh yes.
So we
yes.
have Guyanese and Trinidadians and our own people dying for America. So nobody gonna come and tell me, oh, Guyanese don't contribute to America's heritage. We are as patriotic and as taxpaying and deserve every ounce of support and praise that we get in America because we have earned it. Our children live and die for this country.
Definitely.
So why you can't come and lift up my boat since I can't do it, and you're taking millions from me and billions of my oil? Yeah, no. So I'm surprised that the government has not seen it fit to ask them and ask the ambassador. You got to ask you, jump she and go straight to the Secretary of State.
Definitely. You know, it is so easy that when they
Government
go,
to government.
it is so easy when the U.S. went over to Venezuela. Hush, boom, out. Come on, they can do it quick and come in Guyana.
There were instances where the United States has used Guyana quite willingly,
Yes.
used our waters, used our land to do things and, you know, to
Right.
further their interests. So why can't you return the favor?
I think they probably spoke with the government privately on this. Normally, that's the, how they handle stuff like this.
Somebody just said because the Guyana government don't want the boat resurface. Aritu was saying that. What do you think about that, the champ and Unik?
I think for the sake of the people that lost their lives and the family, if they can get that boat up for evidence, not just also for the commission, you're
Right.
a lawyer and you know that evidence is important.
Of
right?
course. Mm-hmm.
And
But-
right now, that's the only evidence they have, and it's at the bottom of the sea, right?
And you're so right, like when we do murder cases, right? Most times you have to have body or the post-mortem to prove murder, right? And now you have this big tragedy and you don't have the ship. Somebody's going to break open that case and say, you don't have a ship to show us. How we know this is not a delusion, or people going to make mockery out of this thing. You need to go to get the evidence. That's the greatest exhibit A, right? In the case. Then you got exhibit B, the same captain who there for 12 years can tell you that this
Exactly.
was a disaster waiting to happen. And that's how you build a case. But you can't, you ask Champ if there's a commission of inquiry can go along, but at the same time, you got to hustle and bring up that boat so people can then see what's going on. Now, it's part of our national history, as I said. That is part of who we are. That belongs to us. We mustn't leave this at sea. So American soldiers, they brought that soldiers back home if it's just a bone in a
Mr.
casket.
Baldeo, I do
Yeah.
fairly agree with you on that part, but let's not delve in the notion of okay preserving this vessel for the time being on a national forefront. The whole question is now they are getting help from the opposition. Welcome the guy and said, hey, as you have mentioned, right, sign a little memorandum and say, hey, I'm not doing this for any gains, political gains. I'll go down there and I'll get it on my own expense because he told them that he have people who can assist him overseas. So maybe he'll reach out to Saudi Arabia or some countries that he have contact because a few years ago, right, he said if he become president, doing business with America is not a problem. He have 101 country that he can do business with. So the man have his own
All
contacts,
right.
right?
So let me say that might be a political option that the present government doesn't want to take because that will ensure that they're no longer the government. Because he will become a national hero. Let's say they say, no, if you do that, we're going to have to leave office because this man going to be a national shrine. All right. I understand from political perspective. But Guyana got friends too. Guyana got friends all over. And you got
That's
people going to do this for free.
free,
Don't worry, the
exactly.
French diver who said that, man, when I got on there, blah, blah, blah. The people said the thing is not as close to the surface, as deep as he is saying. The French divers. You got other people can go down there. Mariners, companies that salvage things that go worse than that. People go to the bottom of the
Exactly,
earth.
right.
In
Yes.
the Arctic, in the ice, they go further than
Yes.
that and bring the wrecks home. But the thing is, they don't leave any soldier behind. They don't
Right.
leave anybody out there in the cold. You don't just leave people in sea. And you see, this sends a very nasty message to a lot of them are Amerindians. And many people are of the view, and rightly so, that Amerindians have been treated unfairly, and they're not treated equally in Guyana
Yeah,
system.
they weren't represented solidly.
Correct.
Right.
And all these
Yeah.
like Essequibo people and the interior folks have always been marginalized, and they probably have some proper gripes because they don't enjoy the rest of the money of the national economy as other people do. And hence they have legitimate concerns. So not because it's them mainly and hinterland people and poor people at the bottom of that sea that you're going to say, you know what, let's leave it out there. I was shocked when the prime minister said that. I was very upset with him.
Okay, one thing that bothers me personally, right? This is the 21st century, right? Okay, the Amerindians, they are accustomed or their whole livelihood and their whole survival mode was in their tipi, the tent that they live in, right? But it comes a time now when everything is modernized, right? Why can't the government of Guyana, right, whoever in charge of housing and development, right,
Yes.
focus on their upbringing in a more
Equitable.
well comfortable, well guarded amenities like things like running water, light, electricity. Not because these people were Carib and Arawaks or what the case may be. You're gonna left them like living in the jungle.
Yes.
But nothing's being done.
You have to make them whole. You have to treat them with proper respect and
Right.
dignity. And you know what? These were people who were there before our ancestors came here.
Exactly, man. Come
So when
on.
you talk about Native Americans, they
Right.
occupy the same ladder of, heritage and belonging more
Yeah,
than
it's
many
like
of us
it's,
who are
it's like
coming
the
and
like the American
service.
Indian in comparison with the Amerindians.
Yes, they
Yes.
respect them and they have
Right.
to, and they give them
Yeah.
their land and they don't mess around them and they give them the due dignity and respect.
No
We ought
tax
to do
and
the
all
same
these
thing for the
things.
Amerindians. And when you look
Yeah.
at the faces of these people, these little kids and all of that,
They're
it's really,
stressed.
really sad that you're going to allow so much potential and so much future and treat them like this and don't give them their rights, don't treat them equally. And what is worse yet, Onik, and tell me a little bit what you think about that party using the MV Malisa to hold parties when that boat has already been purchased for $12 million US 3 years ago, and it's just a docking issue prevented it from going full blast to replace the MV Barima.
I think the minister will have more answers because
I
he is the
know.
one. He is the one who had this whole big party, right? I think it was a white affair or a very colorful affair, you know.
There is more than one you have there. Which minister is this you talking about? Edgil or
Edgel.
Edgil?
Yeah, this guy here, to me, like he is a little joke at times, man.
But
You
he's
know?
made he's made some issues that will only help the defense or the people who are suing the government. One thing he said that I think he made some statements against his own interest publicly. I think he said the boat was overloaded.
Yes, he
Or the boat
mentions
was
that.
not registered. The boat don't have any insurance.
But why here? Let's go back to this captain that they hold up, right? And they do their tests and they found these guys cannabis and what. Oh, come on, man. Who don't smoke marijuana these days, man? From doctors to liars to everybody smoke up. You're gonna hold that in the court of law? Say, hey, these guys they were drunk or whatever the case may be? No, man.
I
Come
know,
on.
and they have legalized it. I
Yeah, that's
myself
it.
don't use it since we have an audience. But the thing
Yeah.
is that that may be some sort, but you can't. There's like a scapegoating, you know.
Yes,
It's like you find a
exactly.
scapegoat. People are
You
Yeah.
know,
seeing
if
through
he's
it.
operating,
And when that man spoke and say he
if
don't
he's
even
a
have an
captain
answer.
of a boat, neither they should not be intoxicated during work hours. That's something they can do
Oh, I fairly agree
after
with
work.
you. Yes, I fairly agree with you. Yeah, but
And
you
I
know,
mean, legally, I mean, Albert, you know, legally, if you're driving a airplane and you're found intoxicated with drugs or alcohol, you know, that can be part of the case,
Yes,
well,
right?
contributory negligence.
And
Yes, he has a good
also,
point there, and you can't regulate. You have to regulate that. You have to do blood tests
that's what
24
I
hours
said.
before you go and
There's
travel.
marine regulations. So,
Regulations on aircraft regulations, yes.
and
So
he
we
knew
can't
that.
condone that. What champ? I don't want to call you the champ because that title belongs to Muhammad Ali.
no, that's me,
Um,
man. Vijay, you can say Vijay.
Vijay. Okay.
You know what?
So
I'll tell you this, right? We all agree, right, that okay, tests are it's liable. You have to go through that. But behind closed door, as we speak now, illegality of illicit drugs are being taken, and men are flying, and captains are maneuvering big ships, right? Only when something happened, then accountability occurs.
Well, I hear
Right.
you, but what she's saying is that they got to maintain that in the regulations, blood tests and certifications and passages and so on. But let me ask you now, when I hear you, the reality may be quite different from what obtains. But Onik, what would you say about these criminal charges? What do you think about the criminal charges against only 3 people? And whether those 3 people should have been charged at this time or later down the road when all the evidence has been gathered? Since there's
So,
no statute for murder, there's no statute of limitations for murder.
so as a lawyer, you should know that it's a protocol, right? So first it would be the captain and his crew. And then after certain evidence is discovered, then there's another party that gets introduced, like the person he reports to. You know, also you got the engineer is no longer there, but the engineer would have been part of that whole process. If you take a look at one of the ships that went down in Europe, it was a like one of those cruise ship. Do you remember that story a couple of years ago?
Yes.
Well, the captain,
It
you know,
was
he got arrested right
about 7
away.
years ago.
Yes, you should take a look at that story, and that would give you a better understanding as to what's going on right now in terms of the captain getting arrested. It's just part of the protocol.
Right, but do you think that the facts support murder, or was it more like
Well,
manslaughter?
we don't know yet. Like, this is stuff that has to be, you know, that's where evidence comes into play, right?
hmm
So once they determine that he is responsible, I mean, it could be an engine failure that he has no control of. Does that make sense?
It does, but
Yes,
here's the problem now with that
It could
charge.
also be this. It could be that he was trying to tell the engineer what to do, and they had some sort of miscommunication, Another thing I thought about is, normally when a wave comes towards you, right, the boat is supposed to go directly into the wave, not sideways, right?
Oh, right.
So
Well,
that way they can break that wave, right?
yep.
So these are all things that are going to come out in court because they'll be able to have some sort of, you got testimonial from the people that was rescued.
Right.
You also have, according to the French team, it's pretty dark down there, but if Mohammed has a team of experts who is, professional in these kind of salvage type of things, I don't see why they can't approve if he's going to pay the costs for all the equipment to bring it up. I can't see why they wouldn't allow it. Does that make
Right.
sense? I mean,
I
any
agree with
private
you.
person or any organization who wants to help bring it up should be
I
able
think
to.
a little politics is being attached to Mohammed and the ruling party, so that's where the puck stops.
Well, the courts should be separate, right?
I think in
Right.
matter of this magnitude, right, politics should everyone should lay their hands off of politics and said, hey man, it's a free open court who want to help. Let's have
Right.
results.
It's a national tragedy.
Yeah,
Right.
no confrontation. Let's have results.
And then
Right?
there's also the insurance company. So because there's going to be some debt benefits that's going to be paid out. So I'm not sure if they have, the vessel had insurance. So there's going to be a lot of, I
Well,
would
the
say,
vessel didn't have insurance according to the prime minister. Or no, sorry, not the prime minister. The Ejil, the minister, the relevant minister, he said there was no insurance for the boat, which is one of the reasons why they must make sure insurance to be mandatory, whether it's a private vehicle or a government vehicle or whatever. Every vehicle whatsoever, foreign or otherwise, must carry insurance before you're allowed to go onto the seas or the roadways or the airspace of Guyana.
well, I mean, if they can't manage it, they should have it become private instead of government. The
No, but
ferry
even so, you
system.
have to regulate private too, because remember they
Because even
can't
if
keep
it's
us live.
if it's private, they'll have insurance.
Oh yes, they'll have
reco-
insurance, and government must also have insurance.
right? And then
Government
as
has
a
to buy
private
insurance.
company, that responsibility comes off of the government. Does that make sense? In maintaining the vessel and getting all the insurance, etc. But right now, it's it's under the government, so they have to take the bulk of everything that comes with this situation. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I feel bad for all the families. It's just really heartbreaking. And that's the only reason why I'm on tonight is because I care about Guyana and I care about what happened with these people, and it's sad to see that we have a system that is not accountable to we don't have this, they need like democratic organization that overlooks a lot of this stuff, and they don't have like bipartisan things, you know what I mean? Every party that is in power, they put in different people into these oversight committees, so the people are not necessarily getting the full transparency then, I guess. You know what I mean?
No, no.
Yes.
What you said there is absolutely correct. One thing I want to shed light. Okay.
I mean, I'm not here to point a finger
No,
at
no, no, no,
anybody,
no, no, no,
PPP or
no, no,
whomever.
no,
I'm
no.
just stating that on behalf of the people that has passed away and their relatives, they deserve to know what happened. And I understand what the French people say, but if there's other experts out there and they can bring it up, I say why not?
Let's go back to the people who lost immediate family, right? These people here are low income people. That's number one. Number two, on their aspect of educational background, I don't think many of them, right, are say certified to say have a a family or where they have money, they're going to represent themselves in legal matter to sue the government or whatever the case may be. But who will be representing these people who don't have that voice? For them to have a sort of retribution, a compensation in terms of, okay, we have lost loved one, yes, but it's not a money issue, but still, money is important for us to move on with our lives. You know,
Yes.
who will represent them? Who will be honest enough to say, hey, Tom, Peter, right, this is what we have for you, or somebody will be lining their pocket during the course of this whole investigation.
Right.
So
So
that's where
I
that's
think
where
they need good lawyers to be able to represent them. And these lawyers can make certain types of requests. For instance, for the parents that lost all their children, they can determine, like, let's say that child had lived their full life, how much money would be okay to give to the parents. Because remember, now they don't have anybody to take care of them at their old age, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they have mathematicians that are able to put all this together. I know in the Commonwealth they have kind of like a set figure of how much you should give to for
compensation,
insurance. Exactly.
compensation, right?
So that's where the lawyer comes in. That's where a really good team of lawyer comes in, right?
Yeah, but
So
there are no Ben Silva in Guyana, you know.
so I mean, if the opposition really
Well, I
want
think
to
this should
help,
not be
these
a
are the
hotly
areas they should
contested.
look into, right?
Right. I think the government has got to meet with the Bar Association, meet with the judiciary, and find out a national way of unity in terms of compensating its people at a reasonable figure. Because Madi had a lot of criticisms as to the amount of money. I think it was 5,000 or some small amount that wasn't enough. But in this case, everybody need to come together and not just oppose it for opposing's sake and have a bitter cold fight. Because these people are caught in the middle, and there's lots of high emotions, lots of very affected people. So from a national standpoint, you have to have the Guyana Bar Association with the government of Guyana coming together and try to appoint like a commission, like how they had with the 9/11 commission with people who suffered illnesses, and
Exactly.
award them a very reasonable compensatory. They may not get the millions that the lawyers would want, but it certainly will not get chicken feed either. Like you said, these people have lives to live, they have dreams to fulfill, they have mouths to feed, they have lifetimes to live. They must be made whole as close as possible, because it's not that Guyana is a very, very poor country. Guyana is a country with the world's largest, fastest growing economy.
Yeah, the
And
per
therefore, that
capita
money has to be put.
per capita is the best in the world, right? But the question is, where in the legal trend, where will be this honesty of representation, right? Where will it go from there? You know,
So,
because
I mean, look at Cham's question. I think a lot of people on this live and people who aren't on this live, what would have helped to have a more transparent in that commission of inquiry? They should have put people on the opposition, right, as part of the inquiry. So that way it takes away the guessing game. You know what I mean? They will have an active part in understanding what happened with
Oh, you
all the
definitely have to
experts.
include
So
the
I was
opposition.
kind of
Yeah.
surprised when I didn't see that somebody from APNU and WIN did not, get put on that. So they can probably still push for that, though, I think.
funny, I fairly agree with what you have said there. But at this point in time, right, for an investigation, right, let the politics, let the party politics for the time being, right, and handpick certain people with some sort of academic stronghold in terms of I say aviation, maritime rules, laws, right? Who knows about ships and things like that? Not just okay because of politics' sake. I want a representation from this government, that party. That no. Let's have the real people, Either you
Well,
from
they get to elect the experts. You see, like the wind, they can get an expert. New, they can get an expert.
that's what
Same
I'm
thing with
saying,
PPP,
right?
they could get
You
a,
know,
so that's how I would have liked to see it occur,
excellent,
right?
excellent. Yes, but
The other thing that I thought of as you were speaking is with Albert, he's a legal guy, he know more than me, but I think with the case that is going with the captain and stuff right now, if the opposition can focus on good legal for these guys, and then help the court to make the decision to retrieve the evidence. Does that make sense? Because then there's the commission, and then there's the case that is going to start, right, with the captain.
Oh yes, they can always move the
So
court to have an order ordering the government, so to speak, to
right,
make all efforts to lift that boat up if they
exactly. So
find
it's like a process. I
that
know
things are not
Guyanese
going
are
through. An
anxious and they
injunction
want.
restraining them from, calling off the
Yeah, I know
searches.
everybody's anxious, but I think with a good legal team for the families and a good legal team for the captain, the questions that Guyanese have right now and the things that they want to see happen, these attorney, if it's legally possible, they should be able to make sure that occur. Does that make sense?
Your lawyers
they
have to
just
be on top of this. Yes.
right, and what we've seen is
the
what
law
we've
have to
seen.
play an important part.
So what we see is that, like, for instance, like Darren Wade with Adriana Young, right? What we're seeing with the lawyers, they come in hot and heavy, and then, they kind of, I don't know what happened, and then they kind of go out cold,
It fizz
right?
out.
They fizz out. It's like you leave an icy open, and next
It
thing you know, the
melts.
soft
It
drink go
melts. It
cold, right?
melts. It melts.
So what I'd
The
like
whole
to see is that the families choose really good lawyer, and like this young man says, Mr. the Champ, take the politics out of it. Don't go to the lawyers that are chasing the next story. Find
Right.
lawyers
But here's
who
the
have the
best way to do it.
experience.
Lawyers will always play an important part. But here what we got to do. One is don't sign any documents. Anybody listening got family in this tragedy, do not sign any documents. Have a lawyer review it. Do not pay any lawyer money up front. Pay them on a percentage basis if and when they win the case. And agree to something like 10% or so on. Typically,
well
lawyers
said.
probably
Well
get
said.
more in
Well
America.
said. Well said.
But then you can have them on the case so they don't fizz out. They don't get paid until the end of the case.
Look, man.
And that's how they do it in America. They spend their money investigating it. They spend their money putting the case on trial. They spend the resources on investigators and so on. And it's only if they win, then they collect. So that's something folks in Guyana must learn to do, not to pay money up front per our bills. Pay at a percentage basis, whether it's 10%, 15%, or whatever you all can negotiate.
I guess
Some
they can.
adjusters got like 7%, and then you have them do the work. So they remain strong till the end. They don't cut and run with the money up front.
Man, the refrigeration, right? To keep that ice a little hard and fresh. That's what's happening in Guyana. It's buffing, right?
Yeah,
You
but I don't
understand?
see. Some people should put aside their lawyer image first of all and think of a Guyanese, a patriot. This is
Yes,
something
yes.
that's happened. All of us did law in the public interest. That comes first. The money is secondary. Money will always come. But I have not seen the kind of movement amongst lawyers in Guyana to say we're going to stand up for the rights here. of these
Mr.
people.
Baldeo,
Period.
I think, right, in all avenues in Guyana, right, people are scared to represent because of victimization.
Yeah, I was going to mention that.
There are certain areas, right, that if you become vocal, right, they will victimize you silently, and it's coming, but you don't know where it's coming. So that's something that each and every citizen, right, are kind of little like, say, you know what, should I wear a different sort of uniform, right, so I can not have the shock that will be coming. So it's something that, okay, guys who are vocal, they have money. If you want to be vocal and you don't have money, you better stay quiet. There's no democracy, man. They preach it, yes, but there's not there, you know. You understand?
Yes.
A man pick up the phone call midnight, right? He can get the whole precinct at his home in Guyana. And the next guy is calling for his sick wife for an ambulance, right? And she's on the deathbed. And she died, you know. So this is the way how, and it will never change. Because our local people who hold office, right, are being elected, yes, but they do not meet this height of embracing responsibility, right? Sometimes the wife assists them in the dining table how to govern, who haven't went to a school about politics. So this is what's happening there, right? You know, it's something that you put power in the wrong hands, right?
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Terrible.
and it's very sad. You know, one of the reasons I want to go back to Guyana, so but I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. You know, when you put square peg in wrong hole, it's trouble. It's trouble. You know, I believe in one thing: certification is education, right? I believe when you go on Google and you put in a guy's name, right, you must have this whole thing pop up, unless he instructed Google to block it. Certain people, oh my God, Doctor So, from which university? Until now, you can't find it. You know, and we can go on and on all night, right? But
Well, there must be transparency and there must be accountability, and they got to start doing that from now.
it's not there, man. It's not there. It's not there. It's not
I
there.
think,
And I,
you know, as being in the diaspora, one of the things that we really have to rely on if we're going to speak out as leaders, we have to make sure that the things that we speak out on are facts, right?
Exactly. That's right.
And
That's right.
you know,
That's
there's a
right.
lot of rumors, so this is
Uh-huh.
why it's so important to wait for things to be verified, right? And then you can do, like for me, I do my own research. Like you're saying, you know, you can Google someone and then you find, you know, basic stuff. But I go a little further, right? So because Google is sometimes they have really old stuff that's
Yeah, that's
already
true.
dealt
That's true.
with.
Yeah, it
Uh,
depends on their coverage too, you know.
so I don't like to speak on things until I'm able to verify the facts. And then, you know, so if you see me write something, I would have already researched it, right? And you know, on a grand scheme of things, I think the Muhammad family would have, you know, my only issue is the sanction, right? If there wasn't a sanction with Muhammad, I definitely would have supported the Win party. But, you know, it's just, I can't. I'm an American, you know, well, I'm not an American citizen, I'm a permanent resident. And I did that because I wanted to get involved with Guyana politics.
Ah,
But after everything played out in 2025, I decided that it don't matter what new party go to Guyana, it's always going to be these two main party, which is PPP, and technically Win is APNU because everybody from APNU is on Win, right? Pretty much
well,
all of APNU's people are.
let's hit the pause button there, right? APNU have come out clearly and said that they don't have people who are going to win, because Win is an independent, and Win have make it clear, right? They are open. Their arms are well open. Whoever want to join, but Win have some people who are representing this party in New York here, right? What should I say? Loggerheads, right?
Mhm.
And people who are spewing all kind of nonsense about how people must live and how and cursing and this and that, right? How are you going to have representation in New York here, especially, or and Connecticut, right? And you're gonna get a guy from the street, right? Say, oh, when I come America, hey, my daddy been say if me not been go to school, right? You better learn a trade. Thank God me learn a trade. Now me on big man, me think shit, right? You know, Oh, you got guys like these gonna represent me, man. Come on, man. Give me a break. When I corner him, right? I said, bro, call me. This is my number. I want to talk to you, right? He decided to call. I say, I hope you're not on the 10th floor, right? If you're on the 10th floor, you'd rather be standing on something with a good foundation, right? He said, what you mean? I said, man, because when I start to chat with you, right, I'm giving you facts. I'm not cursing you, but facts. I said, before you start any conversation online and speaking vocal to somebody, right, take a bar of soap and swallow it.
Yeah, I think they need to
Yeah, they need to
the
filter a lot
it's
of things, and
yeah, I
whatever
think they
is
need to definitely be more professional with,
Yeah,
exactly.
some of
Yeah,
their member.
no.
Like even for
and
instance
relevant.
in Parliament,
Oh
this young
dear.
lady Odessa, I was very shook by the way they behaved in Parliament. It did not look like a group of people that was pursuing leadership in our country,
Well,
right? Because
Guyana
at the end of
Parliament.
the day, the voters don't want that. They don't want this kind of contention. What they want is they want to know that the political party has the ability to govern the country, right? And leadership is not loud.
Guyana.
Good leadership rather, is not loud.
One
Right?
point. Guyana
I mean,
Parliament,
think
right?
of it like your parents, right?
Yeah.
If you have your mom and she's always upset all the time and quarreling, 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 scratchy, scratchy, and then your dad, he's kind of easygoing and so on. When you have a problem, you're gonna go to dad, right?
Well
Because
said.
he has a more even temper. You're not gonna go to mom because
Or a more
I feel like
favorable
she,
court.
Yeah,
or
right,
vice
right.
versa. If dad is scratchy and mom is, easygoing, you go to mom, right? Because she's going to help you solve the problem without too much chaos. And what Guyanese need problem solver. They need people to solve the issues that they have in society today. Like I found out some of the house prices in Guyana. Somebody recently told me that they pay over 400 and something $1,000 for a space in one of the new development, and I just couldn't phantom that because we have houses here with 3 bedroom in Georgia where I'm at for much less than that. When she sent
Right.
me the photo and I looked it up, it was just, and I explained to her, I said, in Georgia, you can get a 4 bedroom house for that price in a top school district with really good hospitals and police station and fire station, really manicured, roads that are well kept, etc. Right? So I can't imagine that in Guyana, these people, where to get in the money to pay this? I mean, how much is a 500,000?
Well,
It's a lot of money. It's
let
in the
me
U.S.
interject.
It's about $4,000 a
It's a
month.
it's an easy way to put it, right? You can launder it there, You understand? It's one way of getting a nice piece of property, and hey,
Well, we want to make sure that housing in good neighborhoods are accessible for Guyanese who graduate college, have a really good job, or even people with a trade. They should be able to have, like here in the States, we have Guyanese, especially here in Georgia. Some of these people are working in warehouses here in Georgia. They're not doctors, they're not lawyers, but if you go see where they live, it's beautiful. They have a beautiful home, and the kids are going to nice schools. Both parents are working. Father may be a mechanic, and the mom works in a warehouse. When they go home, they have their nice furniture, their nice TV, their nice food,
Well, that's the greatest of America. If you work hard, you can live the American dream. In
Mr.
Guyana, we've got to be able to realize that concept. So the government
Mr.
has got to
Baldeo,
work towards
you can
realizing
certainly.
that concept. That if you work hard and you put your hours in, that you must be able to reap. Not necessarily be a doctor or lawyer or whatever,
You,
but at least to live the Guyanese dream.
Exactly. You know, in the 90s, right, most Guyanese, right, I would say the ones I know, they were working 5.15 an hour, right? And, you know, friends ask them how they end up with a house, right? How you working $5.15 an hour, right? And I'm making like $85,000 a year, right? And the guy says, man, you know, every morning we wake up and we cook our roti and curry and we eat and we drink our tea and milk. We don't go in the evening, right, and have eat out and fancy suit and we take a cab and go to here and there, you know. This is the way how we sacrifice to get what we want to get, right? And it's something that's happening on to now, right? But
Yes.
the question is, you sacrifice, you can get anything. It depends on what your earnings are, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I think in Guyana, there, right, they have copied the system of this capitalist nation, right, and they take it over there in terms of real estate and another way of governance, right, and it doesn't fit in correctly with the locals, you know, and they
Well, they
talk
have to
about.
create better paying jobs for larger groups of people and not just a small segment of society.
I don't
You know what I
know.
mean?
Yes, well said there, right? But the point is, right? Okay, you come out of University of Guyana with a master's or a bachelor's or so, right? And still, you don't, without some contact, if you don't find that job, it's a waste of time, you know?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a waste of time.
Well, a lot of people also say Guyanese don't like to work, so that's something that we got to be able to let them know that that is the road to success, and has always been the road to
Well,
success.
actually, I beg to differ. I think these are rumors. You have when you know you've gone down there. You know, there's in every society we have people that are lazy, right? But there's a lot of hardworking Guyanese, and I get really despondent when I hear people come back and they say Guyanese are lazy and all this stuff.
Yes, that's what they
And
say.
I mean, some of these people get up early in the morning. They take their stuff to the market and they sell it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like you have nurses that have to get up early, teachers. You know what I mean? There's hardworking Guyanese.
And they got to continue to give them the opportunities, like you said, the jobs, the avenues, and make
Rose,
sure that they're whole and so forth.
Rose is saying here that everything is overpriced. The people work hard and are underpaid, which is a fact.
Yes, she's right. That's
Yeah.
the feedback that I get. The
Think
cost of
think
living is
Dave
very high.
think
Yes.
Davy Mangar might love this. Invite them to join. Davy Miss Albert, Davy
Uh-huh.
Mangar. She wanna join. Can invite her.
Oh, you know her?
No, I don't know her. I'm reading her. Think Davy
We need
Mangar
more
might
Guyanese that are
love
bipartisan.
this. Invite them to join.
More Guyanese that are bipartisan to come out
Mhm.
and just speak the truth on cost of living, for instance, right? Speak the
I
truth about
This is
job opportunities.
Dr. Smokey saying, I see you guys are not open to real dialogue.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well, let
just
us try to do that for tomorrow.
you just are
But what
having a
happened?
conversation.
Onik would have to go to work or so do her work tomorrow. So I'm gonna make a note now. The champ, I'm gonna invite you back tomorrow. What's the name of the other people? Dr. Smokey.
Davey, Dr. Smokey, I see you guys are not open to real dialogue. You just are having conversation among yourself. Dr. Smokey, with all due respect, we are you didn't request to come on live, right? So how and you just put that little statement there and you didn't continue, right? But we are anxious to have you the next time, right? So
Yeah, we're gonna put you on tomorrow because we're
okay,
wrapping up now. And you said the other person is Davy. So Davy, I'm very
Davey.
sorry about that. But we'll have you come on fresh tomorrow. Make your
JP
points.
Mangar, Dr.
Maybe
Smokey.
Mangar. Make your pointers. What points you want to bring out as we
Oh, the guy
continue this
said,
discussion.
Dr. Smokey said, I did send a request to come up. Mr. Albert, you have to do better administration there, okay?
Yeah,
Or
Dr.
are we
Smokey.
gonna hold
But
you
the only thing is
accountable,
that I
okay?
prefer to have people in their real names too, you know?
Yes,
So we know
yes,
who we're
yes, yes.
talking to, you know?
Okay, so
For
you got
example,
me.
I'm the only one online here. You can know who I am.
Yeah,
And I know Onik and the champ. And
Vijay.
then you got Dr. Smokey and well, Mangar is on point because she did give her name, so that's good.
You can let
Well, I
Rod.
guess we can always discuss who we are because
We
we
have
don't have to.
Fazal Ramsden join, Lily Troy, Kemp Seeley, right? You can jot these names down so in future, right? You can
Yes.
always send out a
And
little
folks,
invite.
please feel free to send a request to join and we'll put you on. We can't have too many people, or else then we won't be able to hear each other. But we can probably take like 5 at a time, you know? And then we can allow each other to contribute. And that way we don't end up like.
You can take me off if you need to and let somebody else come up.
Right. But we're going to close off now then, you hear?
Okay.
And then we're going to resume tomorrow because it's after 12, you know? And I've had.
Yeah, and I have stuff to do
and I did some
tomorrow,
other things
so,
for
yeah.
some other people too.
Mr. Baldeo, thanks for having me.
Yes, thank you very much for coming on. Now that I know for sure, because sometimes you don't know who's who. When you let them on, next thing you know, they start to berate you or they start to curse you. And all these people have big names and different symbols, you know?
Here it's
And
happening.
Guyanese specialize in that, you know?
It's happening. Don't worry that. We have a very.
Well, at least we know who is who
I
now.
think it's great if you add them, even if they act sort
Yes.
of irate, because sometimes they're just acting that way because they're
you need
either
some
No,
negative.
upset
that's
or
fine
they
about the
just
tragedy. But I
yeah
meant I didn't want
they're
any
just
personal
upset
attacks,
about what's going on in Guyana, and they're just you have to remember a lot of these. We have tribal politics in Guyana, right? So they only pay attention to what their party is saying. You know, they're
Yes.
they're
And this
not
is a
being
national issue. They got to
open-minded.
put beyond the national, correct.
So it
They
needs to be
can't just get caught up,
bipartisan, right?
yes. And I've tried to avoid that and getting involved in the politics there because I think that it's a national issue, it's a national mourning, it's a national concern for all of us, and that we as Guyanese should put that behind us and put a unity and solutions and preventing another tragedy and work with each other and not to fight each other on this.
Well, thank you for putting this together. It's really great, and hopefully Dr. Smokey and all the others can join you, and we can get to hear what they're saying. I mean, like when I read the comments, they're basically a majority of the comments are based on the cost of living, health and safety is a big concern in Guyana.
Poverty, right?
Yeah, and of course,
Opposition,
Dr. Smokey, he's
the
he
ruling
wants to be
party.
part of the dialogue, so that's good.
So I guess our tomorrow meet. What time is good to say? Because tomorrow is a very big day for me, you know, and I take the day off from work just to get some things done. So even what you can inbox me, Mr.
Yes, I'm going to inbox you because I do have to go to vigil.
Yeah, I have some
at the Mandirs. They have a Ramain in the park, and I have to go there.
Okay.
Then another church vigil. So I'll have to see how best. If it's not tomorrow, should be the next day.
I have a doctor appointment tomorrow, and tomorrow is my 46th year wedding anniversary. You know, so.
Oh, congratulations!
Congratulations! Yes,
thank you.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yes, very long. You know, in fact,
that's a very commendable achievement.
In fact, it's say 49. You know, in the terms that you know this wonderful person. You know, so you gotta let it go, right? But still, you make.
Well, in Guyana terms, you know, both common law and legal marriages are recognized. So I guess in Guyana it would be 49 if you had a common law relationship over that period of time.
No. Well, I put it like when we used to lime. I didn't check that.
No. But that comes in Guyana because common law rights.
Okay.
You know, are very, very fundamental. You know, they lead to claiming of properties, assets, and so on.
Oh God.
So you have to count that 49.
Yes.
But thank you for your audience. I'm really happy that they participated, and they're part of this. And so hopefully they can have an opportunity of coming on and telling us, what,
It was
you know.
very it was very our little discussion here was very for me, right? It carries a lot of importance, right? And I hope whoever listening, right, can lend us or lend your ear for the next aired. That's tomorrow night. Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So you guys take care and have a wonderful
You
night.
too.
Okay,
Good
take care.
evening
Good
to
night,
everybody.
folks. Stay
Thank you.
well. And thank you
Bye-bye.
very much for joining.
Thank you.
Good
Thank
night.
you, Mr.
God
Valdez.
bless.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you,
Uh-huh.
Funny. Take care. Good.
Bye bye.
Bye.